say all of that one now washing and setting. After all, what is the difference between even the National Assembly and the NNPC where una dey investigate? Now right hand and left hand of the same criminal structure. Nigerian lawmakers, according to NNPC own report between 2017 and 2023, almost 210 trillion is unaccounted for. Yet, Nauri Buruku na even they do. So the audit only cover 2017 to 2023. So between 2023 and this year, how much go fit done loss? You invited the GMD of NNPC, Bayo Ojulari. He failed to honor your invitation. What you wanna do about him? All of the case now, everything don't go silent. Meanwhile, you they investigate case of alleged stealing and misappropriation of funds from an agency. Yet, President Tinubu master strategies don't grant pardon and has cleared the debt of the same NNPC. When they investigate alleged stealing and criminality in an agency, yet the president on his own unilaterally don't write off the debt of that same agency, about $1.4 billion and more than 5-point-something trillion naira from the same agency that is under investigation by the parliament of the country. Ori Buruku Lenshe, Nigerian lawmakers. Oshilenshe, this level of criminality cannot be sustained. But unfortunately, the major victims of all of this, they are too busy. Nigerians are busy with different things. We don't know where to put our focus. Nobody's holding anybody accountable. Nobody's targeting anybody.
I think we are now live on two platform. And of course, thank you so much for joining us on Civic Space channel on YouTube. We are live and direct once again. And of course, it is today has been quite hectic. So sorry. And thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. I think I thought I will not be able because this link has been an issue. I think it's the same link. Because I've been forced to even shut down this one too and restart again. But well, I'm happy you're how did it is the link that I sent to you that you used, right? Okay. I think we are good to go then.
Yes,
I can send that link to a person. Yeah. So I thought that link has expired. So that is my fear, but I think it has not expired. It's the same link. Let me just send it to others.
all right.
You who is the elected arm of government with oversight powers to hold government accountable and everybody.
So yeah, we just have to do this before we go too far in the discussion because the discussion is getting more interesting by the day. So as we go along, so we would like to just do the needful. And thank you so much, everybody, for joining or for reconvening with us. Really, bear with us as we go through this this hectic journey. So thank you so much. It's been a very back and forth situation going on. We have been having so much technical issues, but it will not deter us from really doing what we have to do. We have to weigh the cons and the pros of all these platforms here. That is why we just had to do this. Well, I would have preferred we keep running with the previous, but I was told that well, we need to just get it done before we go too far in the conversation. So thank you everybody for joining us. Thank you. It's nice having all of us again to press some necks of the powers that be, basically because they want the Nigerian people to basically sweep this under the carpet. But it seems as though we are the pain in their backside because we keep reminding the Nigerian people about what they want them to forget, basically. And of course, what we are saying is how can we basically uh, create a culture of accountability in Nigeria. We're talking about the 210 trillion naira that allegedly goes missing in the NNPC account and what we will have done with it if used properly, if we are to use it properly or if that money has not been shredded in secrecy, how would we have used it, and to what purpose would we have used it? Is very, very important. Many Nigerians are asking. They want to know. All right. How it would have been utilized. All right. How would it have been utilized properly or appropriately? If not for the so-called the figure. So yeah, so it's very, very important that we set this record straight. And of course, I just want to get this um our new um destination to all and sundry, really. So there will not be confusion, or perhaps people will not be looking at us where they can find us, really. So this is the whole idea of why it is dragging. But well, I think we have done that homework. We have done that homework, and that has been settled now. So yeah, I think we are live on YouTube, and of course on X. We are live. We are live on both end of things. So thank you so much. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, and of course we have Shinwa Ilara joining us. He had been um basically he was taking us through the nitty-gritty of the financial implication of a missing money of this magnitude. This money of this magnitude is no joke. 210 trillion. And they say it is unaccounted for. Senate are telling us that it is because there are so much contradictory cause for alarm or cause for worry in the accounting process. That is why they are very, very worried. And of course, they are telling Nigerians that they don't trust the auditing report, audited report of NNPC, and it's quite worrisome. If NNPC cannot give an account, then what are we talking about? And the account is said to be to the tune of 210 trillion. That is a lot of money, and we should talk about it. And it seems as though before the thing go before it go cool, we have to highlight it and talk about it. Very, very important. Very, very important. So that is the whole idea of making sure that we set these technicalities and set it straight, because we don't want to go too far and then lose steam, or perhaps disenfranchise some people, because we are being watched on other platform, on YouTube especially. So we don't want to deprive the YouTube people from this conversation. That is why we have to reconvene again. We have started the space before, or the live stream before, but we figured out that the thing is not streaming on YouTube. So that is why we have to reconvene. So, in your own view, dear listeners or dear viewers, what do you think about the so-called missing NNPC, funds that should have been, you know, properly accounted for? But obviously, there's no proper account. We don't have a proper accounting culture in Nigeria. Let's face it. We don't have a proper accounting structure in Nigeria. And that is exactly what we want to invoke. We want to invoke that culture. We want to bring back the culture of accountability. And this is a lot of money, and it should have helped us to solve quite a number of things if it has been used appropriately. And that is why we want to highlight what would have been used for. And now, so just taking through all of the, after telling us in the previous space, or I would just have to run through it one more time. The 210 trillion naira figure refers to a major ongoing controversy in Nigeria involving the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, formerly known as NNPC. These amounts represent a discrepancy on unaccounted for sums in NNPC's audited financial statements. spanning roughly 2017 to 2023, as highlighted by queries from the Office of the Auditor General and investigations by the Senate Committees on Public Accounts. It is not confirmed outright whether or not it is stolen or missing in the case of cash vanished through without trace, basically. But it is basically a matter of so much mago in the accounting process, because Senate repeatedly rejected this explanation as inadequate, because if you are talking about receivables, all right, you should mention certain banks that received what and for what purpose. That was missing in the report. All right, and some independent analysts from fact checkers around the globe described it as poorly explained accounting rather than proven theft. While public sentiment and opposition voices treat it as emblematic of massive diversion or opacity in oil revenue. And I think some of us belong in this category. Um, they want us to believe that it is just, it's not as though money is missing or stolen. That is what they want us to believe, that it was just a poorly accounted report. And they want the Nigerian people to leave it there. They don't want the Nigerian people to take it, further than that. But some of us are saying, if an account is not properly made, if there's so much, question that is being asked, genuine questions, which actually borders around how what was used, how certain amount of money is spent for certain purposes. All right. So, what is it that we're talking about here? If we are not going to have account or give account of sums of money as much as this, so many would say it is important. We don't sweep this thing out, we don't sweep it under the carpet, because we have a culture of sweeping stuffs under the carpet in Nigeria. We want everybody to just move on, move on, move on. Do not worry. They just move on. Don't want wahala, just move on. Like we did in this, we practicalize this now in this our broadcast today. We were streaming on a particular streaming platform, but they were not streaming it for us on YouTube. So instead of us just saying, well, we want to just move along and just keep it rolling, we had to shut things down and just reconvene on another platform. And it is to give the YouTube people a chance to also have, tune into this broadcast and have a share in this conversation. So that culture is an issue that we have to correct in Nigeria. The culture of moving on, moving on, moving on without addressing issues critically. So, what do we do, as a people? That is what we want to discuss today. Have you also moved on, dear listeners? And of course, to how many people tuned in live on X now? We have to check. About 13. We just started anyway. As we move along, we expect that numbers to increase. And if it does not increase, that doesn't really matter. So far that we are able to put it on record that we are not among those that sweep this whole thing under the carpet. This amount is too humongous. This is, according to Commissioner Ilara, a generational wealth, either embezzled or not properly accounted for. This makes up to about 4 times the current budget in Nigeria. So this is no joke. This is serious, serious unaccounted for sums of money that will have helped the Nigerian project really. And I have quite a number of projections here, what we will have done with that money if properly utilized or if properly remitted, because there's an issue of remittance. All right. And of course, they're now talking about receivables and expenses and not giving us in specific or details of these receivables and who received the receivables. These are the things that many critics or analysts are very much concerned about. So let's pass the mic back to Shinwa Ilara to proceed with his submission before he gets back to me in like 10, 12 minutes.
Yeah, correct. Interesting so far. Interesting how we'll move ahead to solve problems. Just describe how there was a huge, major challenge about whether it will be proper for us to exclude some certain fraction of the audience from the conversation. And we are not in the business of exclusion, but inclusion, total inclusivity. That's what we promise. That is why our own idea of the economical system that will drive us is not one that is better past your neighbor. It's not sustainable. Yoruba will say that igi kan dagboshe, that a tree can't say it is now a forest. It is not of intelligence at all. It's even absurdity to even think of it, not even to voice it out, to just merely think about it. It shows that the person is probably, in the realm of the unknown usual to normal or normalcy, right? So it's not one would celebrate here as conscious souls and conscious being. Our pride is not in exclusion. It's not that you can see that I am better than my neighbor. There is no life or sustaining life in that. There is no life at all in when one is excluded. For everyone that is excluded, that is problem in return in the future at present. And that is the problems, every problems that we are experiencing now today is tied to the fact that how the system have excluded vast majority of us, if not totally all of us, right? Just a few fraction, a few minor of this sector of these individuals will be met or serviced, right? And that in a way is not service, is detrimental to even themselves. It's detrimental to the happenings. So yeah, so and as such would no matter the strategy is not strategy until it includes many nations that are taking life seriously are thinking of how to exclude vast majority of people into the haves class rather than taking the haves to have not class. But in this case, the opposite is the case. The reverse is the case. You are seeing that you are seeing nation, the system almost designed, if not for that purpose, designed to ensure that the haves becomes the have not. So as such, many people will say, oh, let's just move on, just one person now, just two person now, just three person now, just four person. But that's not the ideology that we believe in. So we believe in what is called socialism, what my people will call Kajola. We believe in Ubuntuism. A comrade would say that Ubuntu, that I am because you are because I am. So yeah, and we just display this because part of our job as a revolutionary is not just to talk, it's to show also. We have shown, civic space has shown that for one person, for two persons, for three persons, for a community is enough to start the show all over again. Right. Yeah. So thank you for educating us again, because that is quite a contrast to the system, quite a contrast to this system that we are experiencing, quite a contrast. The opposite is what we are experiencing. That is why it does not give them headache if vast majority of us languish in poverty. These are not the things that give them sleepless nights. They don't even care. But they don't care. That we know. They should not care. That we know. But that we should not also care about ourselves, that we should not sustain. That is not sustainable. And that's what we should begin to eradicate. Yeah, so back to the matter in hand. The matter in hand is that there seems to be a missing money. They call it missing money, but we know that nothing is missing. It's stolen. There seems to be a missing money, and this between 2017 rather to 2023. This is within the space of 6 years. Can I still be here? Comrade.
Yes, yeah, you are very audible. Yes, you are audible. Yes.
All right. So this is between the space. Yeah, thank you. This is between the space of 2017 to 2023. Right. This is just within the space of 6 years. That the body responsible for the management of our extracting resource or materials or resources, talking about crude, cannot account for equivalent amount of a 210 trillion naira. Based on last year budget, apart from the fact that they said we had a deficit about 13 point something trillion naira, based on the budget that was approved in 2025, just last year, which is about 54 thereabout trillion naira. And we know that this money alone can quadruple that budget. It means that this money is ×4 of that last budget. If we had had this money in this system, it means that we would have been able to, carry out projects that we intend, or the government will excuse themselves that they do not have money for. Because part of the excuse for removing subsidy is because they said that the nation can no longer fund subsidy. And all of us will buy into that. Or not all of us, some of us are not clueless. We are not, we don't lose guard. This system cannot be after us. They cannot be for us. It's after us. It's against us by design. Once you see this system, you know the opposite by default. Ask the reason later. By default, once you see this system that is after our lives, you go the opposite route, right? So if we had had this fund, it means that that reason or tellable reason for removing subsidy will not be tellable anymore. If we had had the fund, it means that education will not have become, especially tertiary education, will not have become what it is right now. Because with the advent of the student loan, the educational fees, went from 100 to ×4. The educational fees went up like ×4 of the amount being paid, right? So we are seeing the implication of it. And yes, the subsidy, the student loan, RNG government stuff telling us that we cannot fund. And based on 2025 budget in itself, the allocation for just education was barely 7%, 7 point something percent thereabout, which is quite low, considering the fact that vast majority of the population are still within that bracket. How will you not educate? This is considering the fact that about 20 million persons, over 20 million persons are not, are not provided for in terms of education. The Almajiris that now look like it is normal, we now use it as a cliche. These are not supposed to be normal. This is not normal. To see a child begging on the street is not normal. Out of school is not normal. People should not take this as normalcy. But the excuse that the government would plead or make for themselves is that we do not have funds to carry out some of these projects in such a way that when some of us, alternative voices, alternative opinions are now saying, we can fund this, the question everybody will be asking is, where will we get the fund? I see traditional media asking leading to the last election, and the question would be, where will you find this money? Even though is in two ways. It's either the question is coming out of naivety, out of the fact that they do not know that there is a institution called, and naivety was constituted in 2004. I was earlier, we had to this station or to this new medium that we're saying, that I had personally had opportunity of working with NIITI, dealing with some information with NIITI. NIITI is the Nigerian Extractive Industry Initiatives, and they only had few decades, less than 2 decades, and out of the 2 decade records, almost about 10 years, there was no account. NNPC cannot account for that within the crude sector. We are not talking of 1990s. This was in the millennium, almost like maybe, let's say, between 97 or 98 to about, as at that time, about 2010. And there was almost blank record for almost 10 years out of the period. That's how crazy this is. Are you telling me that a journalist does not know that NIITI exists? Have they not interacted with the document? I'm not a journalist. I know NIITI. I know that the fraudulent act happening in the crude oil sector. NIITI is not also restricted to crude. In the extractive industry, we can talk of mineral resources extractive, they are there. But this is about oil. The Nigerian government, the NNPC, the so-called Nigerian company to manage the extractive industry or the crude oil industry, cannot account. No records. No records. This came out, me, I wasn't shocked. So when I see, because it's out of, like I said, either ignorance, shared ignorance, of course, because majority of people, even those who train journalists, do not even know their work. They are not even trained journalists. It's because of the system. You know, you get trained by something else, you end up in somewhere else, because now who know who, right? We are not having people. You are seeing journalists who are barely not doing anything journalism. They are simply just regurgitating the lies of this, and they do so confidently, and they miseducate vast majority of the people. Also, in miseducating the people. So because it became, even the so-called the ones that the people think, oh, they are doing something nice. The anthem, the national question, where we get the money from? They are naive. If they are ignorant, that's even worse. That means, or they are doing a wicked job, which is they are playing a collaborative role. The two I would attribute it to. One, they are naive, they are ignorant. And the second one is that they are also playing a collaborative job, which is to further miseducate us and look and see our development as too much of expensive to be funded. The last time we had a surplus budget was immediately after civil war by Gowon. I remember, recollect his name. I just know that his name is there, because these people are not important to me, so I don't keep their name that much, right? By Gowon. Gowon came out and exposed the system himself. The administration exposed themselves and said they had a surplus budget. What is the definition of a surplus budget? It means that time when crude was decided, was, the extractive industry was booming. They, coupled with the fact that the Nigerian government became irresponsible with less hands to feed, talking about civil war ended, they came out to say that they had a surplus budget. Surplus budget means that they had more money than what they budget to spend. So if you have more money coming in than the money going out, your budget or than the money that you are expected to spend, that can be considered to be a surplus budget. In this case, Nigeria have been running a deficit budget. That's why I talked about the deficit budget, even in 2025. That 2025, even though that was the amount that was approved was about 54 billion trillion naira thereabout, right? But we had a deficit, meaning if money comes in, we still have some other pending projects about 30 billion that was not confirmed because it's a deficit. So we had more things to get than more money to come in. But we had such budget around that time during late 1969 stroke 1970. We had surplus budget. The Nigerian government reviewed it, but there was no development. What am I saying? I'm saying that when they ask us, when we say things like we can have our own, Nigeria was listed as one of the OPEC nations. It was not us that went to lobby. We didn't lobby it. One of the oil producing nations at the commercial level in the world, those who were also named in that category, who are part of the oil producing nations of the world in the commercial quantity. Check all of them. Check Qatar. I would say they woke up that they should not have, based on the landscape of food. Qatar is so minute to host the World Cup. It was, and it reflected that Qatar had to build one of the stadiums that they constructed, a movable, because they didn't have space to build a permanent stadium. They built a space out of what many people will call porta cabin. It was more sophisticated than that, but the baseline of it was porta cabin. The can stuff that you see around you, not the containers building. It's called porta cabin, right? They built a space out of it, a stadium out of it, about 60,000 thereabout. Immediately after the World Cup, any nation that needed it would come for it, need that space. We are seeing the Dubai or start doing with their own oil money. Where is our own Nigeria oil money? And then it's somebody, where's the money? Where's the money? So where is the money? The money of our development is in the pockets of some few persons, some few so-called elites, some few so-called stooges of imperialists plus the imperialist friends, because this cannot be just put on them, because 210 billion naira, you will see the effect. 210 billion naira. No, I think somebody has told 200 billion naira in this country is like this, right? So and this is where it's also important that when we now have a make about where are we going to raise the fund, and people say, okay, let's even assume that let's even agree that the oil market price is, let's agree that an administration is now saying we is not willing to sue or to recoup what has been before. That's wicked types. This money missing are things that could have saved lives. These are good projects. Let's even say we are not even jailing, we are not interested for committing against humanity, because this is equal crime against humanity. Because if beds were meant to have been supplied with this fund, healthcare sector would have been improved with this fund. Just the educational allocation in the last budget, nearly 7% of a total population of about 250 million. 7% on education. And the age group of this total is between 16, vast majority of the population is between 16 to 40. Spending only of your budget on education. That shows that these people are not interested in you, not interested in us. You know what lack of education will amount to a mind? How it would have disenfranchised the mind from, ultracate our destiny just for the fact that we were not educated, just like it's currently doing to over 20 million children. So let's not jailing for them, because this is a war crime, like I said. It's a crime against humanity that people have died of cholera out of the fact that their water poison, without any alternative way of getting water. Because these are funds that should go into of or the eventual because we have the water corporation for the sake of the crime they have committed. Don't we deserve to have such fund in our economy? Look at that will have done. I said 4 times of our 2025 budget. That's the amount that we are talking about in the space of 6. 4 times of that means that even with the epileptic budget supply that was allocated for education, it means that is times 20, that is times 4. 4 times 7% is 28% by default. Security that was allocated times 4, that's 32%. Even though the security here in this case should not even be that we are going to shoot somebody else, because our security is not one that is not caused by our lack of social amenities. I'm here to see a criminal in the true sense of what a criminal-minded person is in this country. For us to begin to tackle criminality, we need to first address the efficiency of social amenities that have been largely sponsored by the state. You have heard of Hush Puppy case, Hush Puppy reason for going into fraud. Hush Puppy should not be in jail alone. Presidents should also be in jail for it because they influence the decision of Hush Puppy.
No.
Hush Puppy's sister system that cages and living lives. This system make monsters. We are seeing the advent of Boko Haram, the advent of banditry, and we are asking what other options do they have in a system that does not educate, that even destroy what people are trying to build with anti-human policies. They say that businesses die in their first year. See, be careful of motivational speakers. They say that businesses die in their first year of operation, but they do not tell you. They say that it's because of your lack of budget, you have to plan well, that you did not. No, government will have killed every business even before it starts. Even before it starts. We cannot compete because how do you compete? How do you compete in an environment where you have to buy fuel per liter? For how much? in the space of 3 years. Nothing can prepare you for this. In the space of 3 years, fuel went from about 300 thereabouts, 1,900 in price. The cost of feeding. You think this will affect on businesses and the survival chance of every businesses within such environment? You realize that you cannot compete. That it seems as if you are, while growing up, religion too, be careful of religion. Because there is a prayer they usually call, they say, Nirogun Agbano. Meaning, Agbano, how do I describe this? That, when you have, in their own sayings, that you have an expenses that you cannot account for, that it means that, you have spent money, but you cannot account for it. This is the system. This is created. Because how do you account for the fact that you have only spent your resources and your cost of expenditure is on, of course, you are supposed to have running costs, but let's say that your running cost into even the cost of production is almost equal to cost of production. That your running cost, of course, your running cost should be part of cost of production. But what I mean is, let's say you run a laundry business. Your cost of production is how much to produce, to make the clothes clean again. Cost of production. But let's say you have to have a front desk person to interact, and your front desk person, your cost of your, which is to have a front desk person, your running cost is now almost at par of production. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. But that is these are the funds that are siphoned. This is what this fund should have been used for, and it's not today. It's not today that the NNPC cannot account for funds that they should have, given back, pay back to the system. But the reason these things are not making the headline is because of the institutions within us. The media agency are in cahoots with this. Because you cannot claim, if you are naive, if you claim you are ignorant, then you should resign. If you claim you don't know these things and you are in the media form, you should resign. If they are there by merit. That is, if they are there by merit, but they are not there by merit. So resigning is not out of order. It's out of order. But they know. These are the ways they pass the largesse around. So when you hear somebody, a professional, says that, I just want to keep in politics, it's from this largesse that he's hoping to get. Government, make I this. So basically, it's not new. And it's not that the money is, they are creating words around it, whether it's missing. It's not missing. This money is stolen. And in a country that really is serious, not just that we should be talking of recovering these funds, we should be thinking of jailing people, because these are lives forever missing in this system, in the system where they claim that we do not have majority of our interest of our assets have been privatized, because they claim that the government cannot. In a country that we should not be joking about our dollars, we should not be joking about our money, because it's lives. Do you know how many lives that were been disenfranchised from things that they should have access to? And that when we now speak, instead of some of our brothers to acknowledge the ignorance, they look at us and say we are dreaming too high. That to say that government can take care of our social welfare is us dreaming too high. Do you know how many housing units 210 billion naira can provide? Let's just say that announcing for 100 million. Divide 100 million by 1 billion. Divide taking is 0 out of 1 billion. Just take 6 zeros out. It means 400 million. Just take 5 zeros out of 1 billion. That means you would have out of 1 billion. That's 9 zeros. You take 10,000. But let's say the house that we want to live. All of us want to live in a work class house. That's 10,000. Am I right? Because I'm thinking this thing through off my head. But let's say that's 1 billion naira.
Yeah.
1 trillion is how many zeros now? 1 trillion zeros, right? 1 trillion is 12 zeros. So take out 100 million, which is 100 million will be 100 million, 8 zeros rather, 8 zeros. So that one will be. Am I? Is this thing confused? 100 million. 100 million will be. Yes, 100 million will be 8 zeros.
It's 8 zeros now.
So 12. So
yeah, can you hear me, Comrade Show?
Can hear you now.
Yeah, it seems as though we lost connection for like 2 seconds.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right.
But
Let's go.
But before
I will try and do it by
maybe perhaps just for you to have some level of a breather, and for you to come up with what you intend to reveal to us. Let's have this brief interlude, then you come back to your analysis. I'm so sorry about that. Yeah, let's just for you to take some moments of rest. It's very, very important. Let's have that.
Let nobody deceive us. Yes. And there's no money to take care of the security of our country. Let nobody deceive us. That there's no money to abolish poverty in our country. As we are gathered here, the Senate has been presented with a report by a firm of auditors that the sum of 210 trillion naira. You hear me? Yes, sir. 210 trillion naira has been criminally diverted by the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation Limited. That report must not be. That report must not be. We therefore demand the immediate recovery of the money, so that money is paid into the Federation account to take care of the immediate problems confronting our people. Comrades and friends.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Whereas the federal government claimed that subsidy has been removed, we are now being told again that trillions of naira have been gulped by fuel subsidy. Another point, just the last figure from them We're not manufacturing figures. We're taking these figures from them. It has now been disclosed again that 17.1 trillion has been spent on fuel subsidy and maintenance of pipelines. All our people all over the country are aggrieved over the state of insecurity in our country. Worsening insecurity are out today to demonstrate our resolve to pressure the government to take care of our security and welfare, because it is stated in the bourgeois constitution of Nigeria that the welfare and security of the people shall be the primary purpose of government. So this is not a matter that requires foreign invasion of our country. We kicked against, in 1962, Nigerian youths fought against the Anglo-Nigerian Defense Pact. Since then, we have resisted any attempt by France and the United States of America to have military bases in Nigeria. This time around, we are telling the whole world that the government of Nigeria be pressurized to take care of our people. Nigeria has done it in other countries. Nigeria has gone to Liberia, Sierra Leone, and other places to restore law and order. Therefore, we have the human and natural resources to protect the life and property of every person living in Nigeria. We also want to show today that enough is enough. That enough is enough. As we move to 2026, we do not want to hear of cases of kidnapping, of banditry, of terrorism in our country. We are demanding today the immediate arrest and prosecution of the 400 terrorism financiers that were arrested by the Buhari administration in 2021. The federal government has refused to try them. We are demanding for their immediate arrest and prosecution. Second, you want to make the point that without addressing physical and social insecurity, you cannot solve the problem of physical insecurity. Do you understand me? Without creating jobs for the youth, without addressing poverty, you cannot abolish security in our country. Therefore, since the government has agreed and repeatedly maintained that with the removal of fuel subsidy and improvement in the production of crude oil in our country, the money that goes to the Federation account has increased phenomenally. As a matter of fact, whereas in May 2023, what the 3 tiers of government shared was 50 billion naira. Today, they are sharing not less than 2 trillion per month. Therefore, we are demanding for this end of the year immediate availability of palliatives for workers, for farmers, for traders, and other vulnerable people in our country. The government of Nigeria has enacted what is now called the National Social Investment Program Agency Act. Under that law, the government of Nigeria shall make available, or rather what they call cash transfer, to the vulnerable people in our country. The government shall implement the Empower project. The government shall make available a nutritious meal a day for all our children in primary schools. So when we are making this demand, we are simply asking the government to implement the laws of our country, welfare laws in the country.
This is very, very profound, and I found this soundbite very interesting. I believe you do too, dear audience. And in the well, if we are talking about elders in Nigeria, um, Femi Falana is one of those elders. He's one of the good guys. It's one of the good elders that we can actually make reference to and say, well, this is an elder that we can be proud of. I so much respect and how he analyzed this issue, how he brought out data upon data to actually prove his point, to drive home the need for accountability. And of course, he actually highlighted the 210 trillion naira that is supposedly unaccounted for. All right. And well, since that time that this protest with the Nigerian Labour Congress was made, what has the government done about it? All right. It seems as though we are dealing with a very deaf and dumb, unreactive, unproactive, nonchalant government. They don't care about what people say, And it also says one thing, that the general populace, they have been quite they are playing this accomplished role in enabling this culture of nonchalance, or perhaps no accountability. We have to do what we have to do. If we decide to give account to you, fine. If we decide not to account, no problem. You just have to take whatever we throw at you. Whatever we throw at you, you have to take it. That is the kind of government that we seem to have. And is that sustainable? Is it really sustainable? Many people would say, well, yeah, leave them alone. Why do you guys always try to pick on the government? Why would you like to always criticize anything that they do? Is it that government is not doing anything that is good that you can showcase? No. How can you just be antagonistic? How can you just be criticizing the government? You just sit down and criticize the government without any form of giving them some flowers. But maybe perhaps you are going to present us the flowers. We look forward to you picking up the microphone. There is a link that you can actually use to really interact with us. I beg your pardon. Have I been able to post this link? I don't think so. Because of the peculiarity of today's broadcast, it has been a roller coaster. Trying to really engage, or perhaps fire on all cylinders, really. So I think so. Yeah. So I'll be posting the link to our where you can actually tune in live. You can actually come into the studio, basically, and of course you will be able to express yourself. And if you cannot come in live, as there's another technical issue coming up as a result of this live stream, or perhaps comment section of the thing. Please use the what is it called? Use the comment section to engage us. We'll also be able to post it. We'll also be able to post it in the studio. Yeah, I think it is something that we are battling. The technical issues are there, maybe because we are running on free mode, but well, we just have to keep things running for now. But well, if you have a different opinion, the whole idea of what I'm saying is that you can reach out. Use the comment section. When you comment in the comment section, we'll see it. They would relay the link to you so that you can come in, or perhaps whatever you have in your mind, post it in the comment section, and I will read it out loud to everybody here. I will read whatever it is that you drop in the comment section to everyone. So please do that. This is not an echo chamber. This is not a place where only meant for the revolutionaries or even just to criticize the government. If you have seen one or two things that the government have done right, especially with respect to accountability, with respect to transparency, with respect to any good thing that we can give them the flower for, that relates, because if you look at it very well, there's a limit to where you can cover stuff. You can't cover okay, we are aware of this 210 trillion naira. How about the ones that we're not even aware of? Many unaccounted funds like that it will take a revolutionary government to uncover some of these secrets. Yeah, it will take a revolutionary government to uncover some of these hidden, unaccounted for, or wasted, or even looted resources in terms of cash or kind. Or so these are the things that we just want to really bring to your notice. Okay. I have already posted the link on the YouTube platform. It should, from what I can see here, it should be able to post on all platforms. But well, we are still yet to post it. The platform is not helping us to post it on X. So I think please, please, maybe I should do that from my other device. Let me do that from my other device. Okay, thank you so very much. Someone said he has helped post the link on our X platform. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, so yeah, let's get the conversation going, shall we? And let me just do a little bit of reading while Seun Ilara takes a breather. I'll just take a look at just to substantiate what Femi Falana has said. Femi Falana is a respected elder statesman, all right? Is a respected elder in Nigeria, and you cannot really fault what he has said. He has brought out data to showcase that there is indeed an accountability problem in Nigeria. But there are some projections also that I would like to make some projection that really highlights the reality that is staring at us in the face. And we want to really bring this to our notice. The earlier we bring it to our notice, the better for us. And that what if we are to have the projection, of what the money will have been spent on, what will it be, in terms of projection? And I've done a little bit of research here. And before I get back to that, why I figured that out, we'll pass the mic to Seun Ilara. Seun Ilara, please proceed with your analysis while I get that sorted out. Oh, we have lost Seun Ilara. Seun Ilara is maybe perhaps due to network challenge. We would have him back. We'll have him back. So let's get talking about what will have been done, all right, with the 210 trillion naira. It will have helped us, all right, a great deal, both economically and to basically, even infrastructure wise. You can imagine what 200 is currently. We have the current submitted budget that the president submitted is 57 trillion. So now if we are to scale it, that will be about 3 times the budget, all right, that was submitted this year. All right, 3 times the budget that was submitted. So you can imagine how that would uplift or perhaps relieve some of the debt. Because if you look at the number of loans that Nigerians have taken between 2017 and 2026, it's also a great deal. All right. It's a great deal, right? And you now begin to wonder, where should it have been spent on? All right. If it has been used, if it has not been basically misappropriated, with all of the indication that is staring at us in the face. This is huge misappropriation. All right. It's not just a kind of situation whereby they did not just account for it. It's misappropriation. And let's take this interlude, and then we'll be back. I'll be back with the
Before we
projections
enter
of
New Year, I say
what
make I remind you, in
should have
case
been
you don't
these
forget
funds
Nigerians.
should have been used for. Let's take a listen, shall we? All right, let's
Nigerians.
take a listen
Senate
to this
President
soundbite.
Godswill Oboda Akpabio, Deputy Senate President Barau Jibrin, Senate Leader Okpeyemi Bamidele, Senate Committee Chairman on Public Accounts, Ali Wadada Ahmed from Nasarawa West Senatorial District, all members of the Senate Committee on Public Accounts, even Speaker House of Reps Tajuddin Abbas, Deputy Speaker Benjamin Kalu, our dear members of the 10th National Assembly of Nigeria. Where is the almost 210 trillion naira wey allegedly go missing from NNPC accounts? Members of the 10th National Assembly of Nigeria, you are deceiving yourselves. Ori buruku lenshi. Our dear lawmakers, you cannot afford to be a den of unarmed robbers, cavalier in your own impunity. At least pretend to do the right thing for once. Nigerians have no confidence in this parliament, but you can decide to disappoint us. Committee Chairman Wadada Ahmed, Committee Member Senator Shomole, Senator Saliu Mustafa, all of una. Weeks ago, when they shout, we will not take this, we are inviting this, we are doing this. Where is the report of all your investigation? Where is the money that was allegedly missing from NNPC account, according to NNPC own report? We know say all of that one now washing and setting. After all, what is the difference between even the National Assembly and the NNPC where we now they investigate? Now right hand and left hand of the same criminal structure. Nigerian lawmakers, according to NNPC own report between 2017 and 2023, almost 210 trillion is unaccounted for. Yet, Nauri Buruku na even they do. So the audit only cover 2017 to 2023. So between 2023 and this year, how much go fit done loss? You invited the GMD of NNPC, Bayo Ojulari. He failed to honor your invitation. What you wanna do about them? All of the case now, everything don't go silent. Meanwhile, you they investigate case of alleged stealing and misappropriation of funds from an agency. Yet, President Tinubu master strategies don't grant pardon and has cleared the debts of the same NNPC. When they investigate alleged stealing and criminality in an agency, yet the president on his own unilaterally don't write off the debts of that same agency, about $1.4 billion and more than 5-point-something trillion naira from the same agency that is under investigation by the parliament of the country. Ori buruku lenshe Nigerian lawmakers. Oshilenshe, this level of criminality cannot be sustained. But unfortunately, the major victims of all of this, they are too busy. Nigerians are busy with different things. We don't know where to put our focus. Nobody is holding anybody accountable. Nobody is auditing anybody. Nobody they put pressure on anybody. So it is uhuru for everybody. This is the renewed hope government that we claim to be giving Nigerians. Renewed corruption, renewed banditry, renewed terrorism, renewed criminality in government. So it is alleged that one agency can embezzle or steal more, almost 210 trillion. NNPC say no reach that amount. 210 trillion is more than the total debt when Nigeria they owe. So is there possible say one agency don't thief money where fit pay the whole of Nigeria debt? Nigeria does not have a revenue problem. We have a criminality problem. There is no country where government is run with brazen criminality that can move forward. If one agency alone, they fit loss up to 200 and something trillion. Imagine waiting they go uncover if they audit other agencies. Imagine waiting go happen for MPA, NIMASA, NDDC, of the Honorable Minister of your mic, FIRS, Central Bank, and so on and so forth. Nigeria, shine your eye. A rubber stamp National Assembly is not only bad, it is a danger and a threat to democracy. If you go fix Nigeria, it go begin with that parliament. Una go tell Nigerians to go hold government accountable. You who is the elected arm of government with oversight powers to hold government accountable and everybody accountable, you have decided to become a den of APC hallelujah boys, only capable of approving loans and singing on your mandate you shall collapse. Nigerian 10th National Assembly, where the money where they talk say they miss from NNPC. How much go fit don loss from other agencies wey Nigeria no know? Nigerians, may God give us the wisdom and courage to put focus where focus is needed. Because if you allow this kind of parliament and leadership to continue again, you can foreclose Nigeria as a democracy. Senate President Akpabio, committee chairman, committee members, Senator Shomole, where is the report of your investigation on NNPC? Abi the sins of NNPC have been forgiven? Have everybody come together and now there is unity of purpose? Nigerians want to know the findings of your report. Where the money we lost for NNPC go? We need to know. My name is Peter for Nigeria. Happy New Year, everybody.
Thank you so very much, Peter for Nigeria. Peter Randy, a very popular sensation that has also been a very huge critic of the current government. Peter Randy is a global phenomenon. He has been known to criticize the government on matters like this. And of course, he has also driven it home. All right. Why the cover up? All right. Why have the Senate committee not given a proper report, even having brought this whole matter to the to the public hearing? Let's pass the mic to Shewa Ilara.
Yeah, comrade. interesting clip we've listened to. And you are right, to say that Papa, how did I forget our son name? This not pardonable. Which will be the Sunday now? Remind me now. Why they leave me? Pa Falana. Yeah. Why you leaving me hanging? Pa Falana is a respected elder. It's one of the few elders where we get for this country, where they play the elderly role. Very true. Very on point. And as usual, Pa Falana, usual on a normal day is on the side of the people. It's on the side of the people with his analysis, with his sides, with his argument presentations. Is always on the side of the people. That the people must win. These are the people. These are the few elders that our people coined the proverb for. That Agbakinwa Loja Akori Omotutun War. If unfortunately, if majority of the elders, so-called elders, are like that of Pa Falana, I'm sure that this environment will not be filled with children's neck going astray or head going astray. Yeah, so big ups to Pa Falana. Unfortunately, I missed the major part of it, but I know that you will still play it, so I will get the stuff again is that this is unpardonable. You cannot say that you are missing our collective resources and tell us to be the consequence bearer, the bond bearer.
Before we enter New Year,
you cannot. That's double jeopardy. It is in the law. It is a global phenomenon in law that you cannot suffer people twice for a singular crime. That's double jeopardy. You misappropriate our collective resources, then you come back again to us for us to be the bond bearer, for us to pay the damage for wasting our resources. Who does that? That the Nigerian people have to be the criminal and tried for the crime that is being perpetrated upon us by some few idiots called political class in this country. Who does that? And people come and explain this to us. This is the annoying part. They come and make us look stupid. They make Nigerian people look stupid for asking the basic from their shared collective resources. Because oil does not belong to anybody's papa in this country, even though they have oil rig, but it does not belong to them. Which work have they done to own what belongs to collective us for collective purpose? And yet, us will not benefit from such resources. That's not a pardonable sin. Anyone saying to us that we should forget, let bygone be bygone, does not even understand what you are talking about. It means that you are saying that Tinubu deserve to misappropriate our few income because he belongs to his father. It means that what you are saying is that Obasanjo deserve to misappropriate our few income because he belongs to his father, and he doesn't belong to his father. And the list goes on to Alakija. And this is the disconnection, because the day we know, the day we are fully in consciousness of what is being done on us, that's the end. These idiots can still parade themselves because we don't know yet. And when it comes to about knowing, it's not just about knowing to sit down and just discuss it. Sitting down to discuss it is part of it. But we have to take actions. You have to blacklist.
Well, I think Sheon Ailara has been disconnected by network. But while we wait for him to return back with his remarkable analysis or submission, I'd like to take us in what that 200 trillion naira should have done for us as a people. All right, this missing money, if it had not been missing, let's just imagine that it has been remitted, or it were remitted. Abi, which kind of grammar we won't use for that? Let's imagine that money was remitted into the federal government account. All right, what would it have meant for us? Debt reduction and fiscal stability. That's one of the things that will have meant for us. Debt reduction and fiscal stability. Nigeria's public debt stood at approximately 34.68% of GDP as of mid-2025, totaling around 163 trillion, all right, or $116 billion. The full 210 trillion could eliminate this debt entirely, with 47 trillion naira left over. This would free up annual debt servicing cost, projected at 15.52 trillion in the 2026 budget, from investment payment, allowing reallocation to productive investment. Do you get what I'm saying now? If this amount were remitted into the national, federation account, it would have mean that our debt would have been paid off. It would have cleared all of the debt. As it stands now, we are owing both domestic and foreign loan over 163 trillion naira. So what is 163 compared to 210? You still have an excess of 47 trillion. An excess of 47 trillion. So if this money were used properly, it will have mean that we'll have our debt is serviced. We don't pay our gbese finish. Whatever gbese that we are owing, we don't clear them. And we also have excess. And that will allow us to focus on reallocation of money, not on debt servicing. Go and find out the amount of money that is budgeted to service debt in the current budget. It's over 50%. That is meant to service debts. I think 40 or 50%. So that will mean that we are going to not focus or perhaps use many of our resources to service debt. We will be able to concentrate. We are going to concentrate our effort in other productive investment. That is what we mean. And the impact is that it will reduce borrowing. You know, it could stabilize the naira, lower inflation, and improve credit rating, potentially attracting foreign investment. We are talking about FDI, foreign direct investment. This will bring foreign investment because it will mean that they can trust the Nigerian government. They can trust us. There will be stability in the system. Over time, this could add 1 to 2% to annual GDP growth by easily fiscal, it will ease fiscal pressure. That is number one. That if we are to utilize these funds very well, that is what it would mean, right? I'm getting a message from the back end here. 15 trillion naira has been the inflated budget to complete the 700 kilometers Lagos to Ibadan. Let me read this again. 15 trillion naira has been the inflated budget to complete the 700-kilometer Lagos to Calabar Coastal Highway. 3 trillion naira for Sokoto Badagry Expressway, among many other amenities like rail connecting the country to improve commercial activities and good distribution. Yes. So after we don't pay this gbese finish, after we don't pay our gbese finish, we will be able to focus on other issues like this. You can imagine from 210 trillion, after paying your debt of over 160 trillion, you still have an excess of 47 trillion. So that would mean that you have created stability and you have reduced your debt. The foreign investors will be able to trust you more. They trust you and they are coming to invest in the country. And of course, you'll be able to focus most of your budget on capital projects. Like the one I just mentioned, all right, the Lagos to Calabar Coastal Highway, the Sokoto to Badagry Highway. And it will ease production, it will facilitate transportation, it will movement of goods from Sokoto to Badagry now. It will be very easy because if you look at what the role that logistics plays in agriculture, is not, be small thing now in logistics they play for agriculture. But if you are able to ease this debt burden and servicing of debts, if you are able to do that, you have freed yourself from the burden of servicing the debts. All right. So it's very, very important we let this out, and this is the whole reason why we are doing this, really, to show our people that if all of these monies that are going missing, if we are to use it very well, what it would mean for us. So this burden that we are experiencing now, that is causing inflation, that is creating so much tension, we shouldn't be here. We don't have any business being where we are economically in Nigeria. We should not be here at all. And if there are people that are in charge that have allowed this to happen, then they should be held responsible. They should be prosecuted. And Femi Falana said something. He said all of the criminals that the Dubai government submitted to Buhari government, what did they do with the list? And that is very profound. If you have a government that another government help you to investigate and submit to you those responsible for terroristic activities or financing terrorism in your country, they help you do the heavy lifting to investigate. They submitted the list to you and you refuse to do anything about it. What does that say about that government? It means that government, they are the terrorists. They are the ones supporting, they are the ones facilitating the activities of terrorism in that country. That's what it means. Let's not mince words here. So let's pass the mic back to Seun Ilara. Then we'll pass it to Godwin Saint. Then I will return back to the second projection of what that money, this money that is allegedly missing or unaccounted for, what it will have done for us in Nigeria.
All right. No thanks to the network. Yeah, interesting submission. Looking at the impact of the money, what it will have done to us, to our human index development. Because in this part of the world where we should be discussing about human index development, our investment in humans, we are still not, gotten the memo. And they're talking about paying bills. I mean, I would not even say that we should use the money for loans. At least, if you want to be not, if you are saying that we want to be not within the capitalist system, and we want to play capital, let's go capitalist now. That the head of the capitalism or the capital of capitalism, America, is owing about $38 trillion in debt. So how do you live what you are supposed to? You don't. Only the third world, only a neo-colonialist state will be tricked and forced into collecting a loan that their highest expenditure or allocation for their budget will be towards paying the loan and not human development. How can you be sustaining loan as a nation? Even as an individual, you cannot be living your budget or your income based on, powering loans. You will just be from hand to mouth. That's what they have relegated us to, I admit. That's why it seems as if we have to keep hustling. But it's not normal. Nations in the world are thinking of how to put investment into their people so that their people can have enough investment to build nations. You don't build nations by just borrowing. You build nations by empowering your people. So if vast majority of your people does not even have shelter, how do they power innovation, creativity, production without having a place of abode? So talking about the place of abode, I was going to land with that equivalent, but let's not even bore us with what is not real. There's no way we are building any house for 100 million. There's no way. The average cost to build a 2-bedroom flat in this country is about between 15 to 20 million naira to build an average 2-bedroom flat. In a country, why should we increase that? Why should we even look? Why am I looking at building of housing units? Because we already have the highest level of homelessness in the world. You want people to be productive from consumption to production without providing them shelter. Where did they want to execute their ideas from? So we can't have between 20 to 25 millions of our population homeless in a country and say that we are good. So if a system is interested and serious about reducing the homeless factor, which is a major contributing factor to poverty index, if we are serious, that budget that they say they are looking for with the space of 6 years, this is not NNPC report in the entire existence of Nigeria. They just started extracting oil in the 60s, if not in the 50s, but let's say in the 60s. This is not the entire record. This is just between 2017 to 2023. These were the time they told us that it was during the time they told us that we had an economic recession, that Nigeria was in recession. Please do not forget, this was also within the period that we had COVID. This was almost the time that the global economy activities was affected. But yet, they still manage. This is not managed. They were still able to steal and cut away 210 trillion naira. So what would 210 trillion naira do in the housing unit for us as African people, as Nigerian people? It will create about 15 million housing units to Nigerians. at the rate of 20 million naira. 15 million persons out of 25 million persons that are currently homeless will be taken off streets. Do you know the implication of that? Vast majority of the things that we need to build this housing unit can be gotten from us. It's from us. The human resources will be greatly employed. Do you know how many people will be employed? Do you know the market size that would have to go into building about 15 million homes? And yet somebody says that Nigeria is poor. That's why you are experiencing this. I see. See, an average house out of that 20 million, an average house to complete a 2-bedroom flat will have at least not engaged people, will have engaged between 10 to 20 persons. That is the barest minimum. From foundation to finishing of the house, including the internal designs, what they call the interiors. It has not employed people between 10 to 20 persons. Multiply 10 to 20 persons by 10 million. By 10 million. 10 to 20 persons by 10 million is 20 million persons. Wetin we dey talk for here? What are we talking? So the reason you do not have a job is tied to that 210 million. And this is just for 6 years. This is, emphasis must be laid on the 6 years. Because this country, these idiots want us to look stupid when we talk to our people. They want us to see our own development as what is that word they use? As something that is not real, that is a fantasy. As utopia.
Mirage.
Yes, because that's the way some of us also have believed these idiots. We have consumed them so much that we believe that when we talk of development in this country, we think we are discussing utopia. That is, we are talking of an idea that is out of this world, as though it's a rocket science. Now, why people, journalists, idiot journalists can be interviewing a revolutionary person like Omoyele Sowore and be asking where is he going to get funds for? When Omoyele Sowore barely said that he's going to pay people minimum wage, living wage, they were asking where is he going to get funds for? Where is he going to get funds from? And I've said there's no way they can actually erase themselves from this foolishness. If they say they do not know, you should resign. If you are a journalist and you do not know these things that are playing out, what are you not journalizing? If you are acting out of ignorance, then you should resign. You are not fit for that job, just like every other job. Now, badi I know is bureaucracy. It's people like Civic Space that should be controlling and manning our media affair. It's people like Objective TV Media that should be manning our media. That's why it took Objective TV to review the actual kilometer that was told to us that they had completed.
They want us
from believe. That was told to us.
It's a make believe.
They want us to believe. And these people who are now used to believing will say, when we now talk to them, the real thing they will say is utopia, that we do not know what we are talking about.
And of course, yeah, just for me to just come in there to give an announcement that, well, this conversation is meant for the general public. Shinwa Ilara is saying what this could do for housing and that is particularly what one of the things that interests him, owing by the magnitude of this money. How about you, dear listeners or dear viewers? What do you think? Or what if you are to look at this amount of money, if it is well utilized, as far as you are concerned, where do you think matters for you? And of course, how can this money be used to favor you, that in a way that will favor you personally? So use our link. The link is on the YouTube. I can tell you that for sure. And of course, I can tell you that for sure that is also on our X. So look for the link on the timeline and tune in. Join us in this in the studio, and let's have this conversation. This is not an echo chamber that that is only meant for some certain persons. This is the people's media. We always say this, we always make this announcement that this is not an echo chamber. It's not supposed to be between just the revolutionary, so to speak. It's meant for ordinary Nigerians. Ordinary Nigerians should come and pick up the microphone and tell us, in what way. Let us know, what this money can do for you. All right, as members of the public, as
put it there. This not to scare them, but put it there. Ufa check. Be alpha check. If I'm here, alpha check.
Absolutely, everything is.
Me alpha check. So me alpha check cannot come and tell us Agbado Ewa, and you say we should believe it. No be all of us go be Agbado Ewa. No be all of us. And that why we get here. Me I will fact check. Some other comrades too will fact check. And you too, you can fact check us. If we miss Yan, fact check us and tell us that what we have said is not true. Because our own weapon is the truth, is reality. We are talking reality. I mean, I also suppose say they owe NNPC, they owe Nigeria 210 million, 203 trillion naira. Not be us now. At 90 or I have documented, there are documents that have not been in the open air that Nigeria have released. In the conversation, when we go further, I will tell you as of 2023 how much Nigeria said that was being owed to Nigeria. Nigeria again is the Nigerian extractive institution. Let me look for the full meaning because no be NEITI, that's their name. Nigerian Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative. Nigeria Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, NEITI, NEITI. As of 2023, they made records of how much is being owed to Nigeria by some of the players within the gas and the oil sector.
That they have not,
please, we can.
That they have not remitted. They are still owing the federal government that amount of money.
Wọ́n ti gbé rọ́, wọ́n ti gbé jẹ.
And of course, not to even mention the fact that as at last year, we understand that the federal government also waived over 15 trillion or 13 trillion. It's over 10 trillion that the federal government waived for Dangote that will have paid in taxes. Person where they hope money where they waive debt for private business. It's an abnormality. But well, let's hear your comments about it.
Now our life too expensive for the government to fund. Now our life too expensive for the government to fund. People must get this. No be their life and their few friends. When they say that they cannot afford something, you need to get it. Just like some irresponsible fathers will say at home that they do not have fund for basic supplies, but we get into the club and order free drinks. You see, now the life of the, now that behavior, now that uselessness behavior, now the same behavior now these idiots they behave. So when they say we do not have fund, we must get it. That lack of fund is not all, it's not for them. And we saw it now. They put this thing in our faces. Did they not renovate? Did they not renovate the Aso Rock? The moment they told us that we subsidy must be removed, in the same year, Aso Rock was renovated. The largesse of the presidencies and the senators were increased. The presidency increased its own equipment or leisure. It bought a yard. It bought some other equipment. But it was in that same vein they bought cars for themselves. Oh, if you have forgotten, 210 million naira car each for each representative and senator. In the same year, they told us that subsidy has to go because government can no longer fund it. It is our own expenses they cannot fund, not theirs and their colleagues and their cohorts. Their cohorts are intact. The interests of their cohorts are kept intact. Nothing must happen to that. And that is why when we talk of class analysis, it is important that you know your mates. You know those you truly belong to. If you do not belong to the political ruling class, and that political ruling class, I know some of you want to enter it by faith. You don't enter it by faith though. You enter it either by birth or by invitation. And before you can be invited, do you know the crime you have committed against your people? Do you know the abandonment that you have done against your people before you can be invited? Is a few exception case. In the case of T-Pain, for instance, he was adopted. It's by adoption. But how many have you also had that it was by adoption? Or you don't know that T-Pain is not, his father is not Tinubu. You don't know. It's in the public domain now. You can Google it. It's by adoption. Some of you too are waiting for adoption when you have started waiting, praying for adoption since you were a teenager. Now you are father of a father. You are still waiting for adoption. When it's not possible, vast majority of us would not see. It was UN that made this research. I've forgotten the statistics they put it, that is almost impossible for you to die. That the chances of becoming a different class, is almost impossible. The vast majority of people would have to die in the same class they were born into. So if you are born into the class of the oppressed, you will likely die in that class. Did they even marry? Do you guys marry each other? That's the way. That's the other way, alternatives of adoption. So when they marry themselves, you think that's not what they are doing? Is that nothing should get into this. You know your place now. The come is to fraternize them, see them, snap picture with them, even though they were not allowing that before, they have started allowing that. That's the best you can come. That's the closest. You want to have anything serious to do with them, they will remind you of your place. So they are always constant about class interest. Always. That is why somebody can tell you that is his brother. Even if you like, go and make a political decision that is not favorable to him, but he would not deny that somebody is his brother. He was making a political statement, a class statement, that he would rather die in that class than to betray his own class for you. But it is us, collective people, that wants to betray. We are eager, and I know the psychological effect of where we are. If you read the book of one of our ancestors, Amos Wilson, The Psychology of Self-Hatred and Self-Defeat Towards the Reclamation of African Mind, you will understand how self-hate became a norm. How we are like this. You understand that it was all designed, it was all orchestrated, deliberately orchestrated for us to hate ourselves. That when we were in the school system, they told us that even though it was a learning system, they excluded our language away from learning, that they made it a taboo, a criminal offense, a punishable crime. Because it's a punishable crime to speak your language in school. Not just that, you will be punished by ostracized, by being shamed, publicly being shamed, by saying that he's Olodo. You will also be flogged or have to pay a fine for speaking vernacular, which is your language. So for such person that have been subjected to such system like that for years, for decades, it is normal for you to hate yourself. That when you come out of the school system, for instance, you just wanted to get away from your class and want to attach to the class of people who does not belong to you, associate with you. It is normal. But that, when I mean it is normal, I mean it was designed.
Yeah.
But that you would tell me that you are a thinking being by doing what it was designed, what you were orchestrated, prompted to do. No. If you are a thinking being, you begin to ask questions about your actions. Why you are doing what you are doing, and why is it necessary that you must discontinue from these current actions of supporting your oppressors, or supporting those who are not in your class, who will not do anything towards and for the benefit of our own common interests. May I stop there? Back to you.
Thank you so very much. And without further ado, let's pass the mic, because Godwin has also been battling networks, and I believe many Nigerians are also in this situation. Let's pass the mic to Godwin. Godwin, please take it away. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Am I audible?
Yes, you are very audible. Yes, very audible.
Yeah, I've been battling with network because of my MTN data was exhausted. So I remember that I still have a huge amount of gigabyte on Blue network, which is Nigeria network. So I said, okay, let me use my Nigeria network. Since yesterday, I've not been able to I have not been consistent online using Nigeria network, Glo. But yet, this same Glo back home will be wasting billions, millions in one advert to one Yeye British. Instead of them to fix their network, I purposely want to bash Glo today. Wale Adenuga, he should stop wasting millions on those Yeye British. Fix your network. Nigerians are suffering. Nigeria should be using Nigeria network, not MTN. MTN is not owned by Nigeria. Airtel is not owned by Nigeria. Etisalat is not owned by Nigeria. Glo back home, which is the only network that is owned by Nigeria. Since yesterday, I've been online just because of everything is still related to bad governance. So let me just go straight to the point. 210 trillion. Yes. In this country, we have been ruled by people, fraudulent people, since 2017 to 2023. 210 trillion from NNPC was found. This fund. This is what we call a misappropriation fund. Where did this money? It's not a wasted money. It was stolen. Yes, it has been stolen by our politicians. This one is This was the one that they told us. So even this money now is more than 210 trillion. For them to come up with this, for Senate to even come up with this 210 trillion that has been stolen, just know that it's more than 310 trillion. Yes, because we are in a country where dishonesty rules over honesty. Honesty doesn't even pay in Nigeria anymore. It is dishonest, and we are in a country where we have majority of corrupt people because of how they are corrupt in their ways of life. So they will think that all Nigerians are corrupt. I don't join the bandwagons of Nigerians that say that all Nigerians are corrupt. I am not corrupt. Shehu Ayelara is not corrupt. Ibuku, who is the convener of Civic Space, is not corrupt. Omoyele corrupt. We are not corrupt. So there are still few Nigerians who are not corrupt. So I don't join the bad wagons of Nigerians that say that all Nigeria is corrupt, that Nigeria cannot be fixed. It's a lie. Nigeria can be fixed, but the thing is that the people who wants to fix Nigeria, they are not in the corridors of power. So how can it be fixed when all the criminals from the presidency to the last person in the councillorship, they are all thieves? Nigeria cannot be fixed in such way. So we the oppressed people that have not been able to get the mantle of leadership, we are the people who are going to fix this country. Not one senator that will steal millions on a monthly basis. The funds that have been appropriated to fix your own constituency, they will steal it for their own benefit. So Nigerians, not all Nigerians are corrupt. There are still honest and reputable people in Nigeria. But the thing is that those honest people, they are not in the mantle of leadership. So that is why we that are in this divide, we must find a way. The only means is for us to come together as an oppressed people. We must come together. We must plan. Yes, we must organize. Freedom doesn't come on the platter of gold. I always join the citizens of Nigeria that don't believe in. I don't believe that prayer will solve our problem. It's a lie. Pray from now till 100 million years time, Nigeria will remain like this. We have been praying. There have been so many misinformation, miseducation, religious brainwashing that has been installed in us right from birth. So that is why in life, you must join the process of re-education. That re-education will mean that all the negative things that you have been fed with in the past, you have to unlearn, relearn, for you to understand, for you to know the truth. There are so many things that we have been taught in the past, starting from all of them lies. There are so many things that they teach us in school. They are all lies. Imagine River Benue and River Niger. They told us that it's one useless Mungo Park that came to discover a river that has been existing before his 10th generations have been existing in Africa. Someone from white came to discover a river that has been existing. So those things are lies. They just want us to keep on praising the imperialists that have made us slaves. So those things are lies. We have to unlearn those rubbish. That is why, as Nigerians, we must take note of our history. We must be very sincere with our history. There are some things that they did not learn in school, which are the true facts. Education we have to learn. Many things I know in life today was not taught. No teacher taught me. I was the one who studied it online myself. There are things I know today. My father, my mother, my brother, nobody teach me. Extramural studies. Yes, that is how you must relate. Nigerians must have to understand that there are many things that we have been taught in the past. Those things, they are fake lies. And those are the reason why colonization and imperialism is going on in Nigeria today. So many Nigerians are working slaves. They don't even know. How do you know that you are a working slave? As an APC member in Nigeria, you are a working slave. As a PDP member in Nigeria, you are a working slave. As a Labour Party member in Nigeria, you are a working slave. Because you cannot criticize your party, and those parties, those political parties are the ones bringing us insecurity, the ones giving us chaos. As a member of any ruling party that has destroyed this country, if you are a member of such party, you are a slave. And a slave cannot talk to his master directly, cannot castigate his master. That's why we that are revolutionaries, today, if Omoyele will fuck up, we are going to tell him to his face. If Seun Kuti fuck up today, that is the convener of the movement of the people, we are going to tell him to his face. We do not fear people. We do not fear. I cannot be afraid of Seun Ayelaga or Civil Space, Mr. Ibukun. I cannot be afraid of him. I will tell him the truth. We tell ourselves the truth. So those who cannot tell each other the truth, those who cannot tell themselves the truth, they are the ones, they are the slaves. And mind you, anybody you are not allowed to criticize, just know that that person is your oppressor. So that is why you see the misrulers in power today, they don't want us to castigate them because they are the one oppressing us. I'm telling you now, up to 10 million Nigerian citizens don't even know about this 210 trillion that has been stolen by our politicians. They don't know. It's not that they don't know, they are not aware. There are so many APC members today, they don't even know about this topic we are discussing today. So this is where miseducation comes in. The people you follow will shape your life. That's why those useless, I don't call them celebrities. There are some music you don't play in my house. I don't hate them, but don't play it. Go. I don't want to hear them. Yes, people, they are not adding value to humanity. They are not adding value. But the likes of Fela Kuti, those are the people I can be listening to. Bob Marley, Lucky Dube, those are the kind of music I listen to. I cannot play Wizkid music. Now, I don't hate Wizkid, I don't hate it, but you cannot see Wizkid music on my phone. You cannot see Davido music on my phone. You cannot see Omale music on my phone. It's not that I don't hate them as human beings, because what they are saying doesn't resonate with my thinking. It doesn't resonate. So it's just like parallel lines. We have been distracted with such useless entertainment. Champions League. At this time of critical time we have now, you will see Nigerians that are still talking about Champions League. Man U, Barca. I am a diehard Barca fans, but I don't let those things go from my mind. Those things will not help us. We have to save our country first. How can you be supporting a European club, your own state club? You don't even know the players from your state club. Then we will say we want to develop Nigeria, we want to develop Africa. Check all the players in France. 98% of France players, they are from Africa. But France won the World Cup 2018. But Africa as a nation has not won the World Cup. There is something wrong. There is something wrong. As an African, there is something wrong with us. France have won the World Cup, a European country, but 98% of the players in France, they are from Africa. Even Zinedine Zidane is from Africa. But many people don't know all these things. That's where misinformation and miseducation comes in. They don't know. But Africa as a continent that has all the strongest players on earth able to win World Cup. Because why? What was the reason why Africa has not been able to win World Cup? Because Africa has not been able to organize themselves, ourselves as a people, as a continent. So why will I still have to be following things that don't resonate with our ideology? Imagine a global company that is owned by Nigeria. It doesn't work. It's not working. But yet you will see them wasting 50 million, 100 million on one particular human being just for a promo. But yet your network is not working. In the villages, not be Abuja, Glo go for work, not be Lagos, not be Kaduna. What of the villages, the rural areas where there is no access to road? Is Glo network working there? So we should understand that thieves have been ruling us. We have to find a way to dethrone these thieves. That is the only way forward for you as a Nigerian. If we don't find a way to dethrone these thieves, our life will continually to be at risk on a daily basis. As a Nigerian, when you wake up, your life is already at risk. 100% at risk. You understand? When we want to, okay, let's talk about religion. The religious godfathers, what are they doing today? They are also part of the misinformation, miseducation, and religious brainwashing. They will, instead of them to tackle the politicians that are wasting our resources, they will tell you, pray for them. Let's pray for our leaders. I should not be praying for the likes of El-Rufai, the likes of Wike, the likes of Oshomole, the likes of Ebolo, the likes of Tinubu. I should not be praying for them. People who are destroying, I should not be praying for them, because why? Political godfathers in Nigeria. I cannot pray for such people. Never. Whoever wants to pray for them should go and pray for them. Me, I will not pray for them, because they are my enemies. We should know our enemies. They don't mean well for me and you as a Nigerian. They only mean well for themselves and their families and their cronies. It is high time we start telling these people to their face that they are thieves. They have stolen the resources that belong to all of us. Enough is enough. How long are we going to continue to wait while our lives are being destroyed and we think that is a joke? It's not okay. NNPC now, they should come and account for this 210 trillion naira. You will see that funds, this 210 million now, you will see that it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 7, 8, 9, 10 politicians that
from 31st May till date are not.
You understand? They are the ones who stole this money. If we investigate further now, this money was not even stolen by those NNPC staff. It is the politicians that gave them, that put them there. Those money, like this one now. This one now that fainted. NDDC boss. This was the NDDC boss. Till today now, the money that he stole, everything has gone to astray. Everything has gone silent. Nobody is talking about this man now. The money he stole. You understand? So these are the things. There is no checks and balances in Nigeria. In government, there is what we call checks and balances. But today, now the politicians we have in Nigeria, they don't want us to check. They don't want accountability. They don't even want the citizens to ask them questions. We must keep asking these politicians questions on a daily basis, because they are our servants. We set them there to be accountable to us. They're supposed to be reporting to us, not we begging them. They are our slave because we sent them there. They are our servants. But we that are the electorate, we are not the slaves to these political godfathers. It's not supposed to be like that. In a society where the politicians are not accountable to the citizens, rule of law cannot be fair in such society, and that is what we are experiencing today in Nigeria. There is no rule of law. There is no fairness anymore. As a Nigerian, when you talk about the impunities of the politicians, you will be regarded as criminal. That is what we are facing today. Let me drop the mic here. If we want to talk about Nigeria today, we have a lot to talk about. A lot. that we are facing. But the thing is that how many Nigerians are bold enough to say these things that I'm saying, like the way it is? How many? They have all been silenced into hypocrisy. Hypocrisy have silenced so many Nigerians. They cannot even speak up the way we are speaking out now. They are afraid that if they speak up that they will get arrested. Why should I be afraid? Anybody that wants to arrest me, no problem. You come and arrest me. As far as I know that whatever I'm saying, there is fact that is backing what I'm saying. Come and arrest me. Evidence, joke. You cannot arrest me for the truth. You cannot kill me for the truth. We will keep speaking the truth the way it is. Nigeria must be fixed in my own time, in our time. We no go keep and wait our children time. Na lie. Na like this our father take fail. The way my fathers and my mothers, our parents failed, I will not wait. I will join the people that will fix this country. We will fix this nation. Nigeria must be fixed. In any means possible, it must be fixed. I rest my case. I leave the mic. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Godwin Saint. Thank you very much. Dear listeners, this is just an ordinary Nigerian expressing himself and basically saying that, well, he has lost confidence in the accountability, the accountability culture in Nigeria. That this very fund that we are looking at on the screen, the 210 trillion, according to him, based on, and is basically, reflecting or perhaps projecting the position of many Nigerians. If you ask many Nigerians on the streets today now that, what did you think happened to this money that they said is missing? Was it actually wasted or perhaps it was stolen? What do you think would be the general response of Nigerians? Your guesses are good at mine. But the thing is that this platform is for everybody, please. And of course, there are links that you can use to get into the conversation. I just discovered now that this particular streaming platform does not really reveal live comments from X. It's only revealing live comments from YouTube. That's one of the cons, or how do we call it? One of the downside of this particular platform. There are many downsides, but well, we're just trying to compare platform to platform and see which one that we are going to go for eventually. But well, we have been able to stream on both YouTube and X. I think that is the pro that we can actually take home with, because the previous one we were just able to stream on just one platform. So moving on to the conversation, please feel free to join us. And to the second, before I actually highlighted one of the benefits that this particular fund should have done for us if perhaps it was not either missing, wasted, or looted. Now, one out of the three. Even if you are going to disagree, there are many people that will still disagree that the money was not stolen. Why will you be saying it is stolen? Some people will say, why can't you also look at other possibilities? Why do you always look for faults? Why is it okay? How about the fact that it was not even missing, but there's no proper accountability, or perhaps there's no proper account of it? So don't overblow something out of proportion. You people just like to, all of these young rascals, you just want to overblow things out of proportion. You people are alarmists. You just want to, you are just talk heads. That is what some people would say. That will be their response whenever they hear, Nigerians express themselves, in this way, that, well, they believe that this particular money was indeed stolen. We are looking at not a missing situation. No, we are either looking at a wasted or perhaps looted situation. But well, let's even welcome the idea that it is just, there's no proper account. Let's welcome that idea. But the fact that there's no proper account means that the money is lying somewhere and it's lying dormant and not being used. Ordinarily, if this money is remitted into the federal government account, All right. Then what would it have meant for us? And I've basically highlighted one of it, which is debt reduction. Even if you are not able to pay our entire debt, which quite frankly, this money can actually pretty much take care of all our debts. And we even have change, we have excess. If this money was supposed to be channeled towards debt payment, only debt payment, all right, or servicing, we will have extra change of 47 trillion naira. But let's not say that it's not everything that you're going to use for payment of debt. But at least it would mean that you'll have relieved yourself. The federal government will have relieved itself of debts. Is debt reduction. Well, to the second point that this money will have been used for, if properly utilized, if we are looking at a situation whereby this money is remitted into the federal government account, what would it have mean for us? Number two is infrastructural development. Like, for instance, in road, Nigeria needs about 200,000 kilometers of new or rehabilitated roads to support economic activity. At an average cost of 2 to 3.7 billion naira per kilometer for standard asphalt highway based on recent federal projects, 210 trillion naira could fund 56,000 to 105,000 kilometers, enough to connect major economic corridors, upgrade rural access, and build new expressways across all 36 states and the FCT. Impact: improved logistics could boost agriculture and trade, reducing food prices by 10 to 20% in underserved areas and creating millions of construction jobs. All right, that is one in terms of road. And we have given you the analytics to that. There's a deficit of over 200,000 kilometers of road that if this fund is used, you will have constructed kilometers, thousands of kilometers of road, which will have, improved logistic and economic activities. When there is flow of, vehicular movement, when you allow vehicular movement to flow, vehicles moving crops from point A to point B, which will allow, farmers to sell their crops easily. When you have people traveling from point A to B for business purposes, it will increase your economic, vitality. This old 12-hour economy will have been a thing of the past. We will have jumped into 24-hour economy just by sheer infrastructure, and one of it is road, very important. Then, talking about infrastructure, the next one, it will be power generation. Nigeria's grid capacity is under 5,000 megawatts. The current grid capacity in Nigeria is under 5,000 megawatts, far below the 30,000 megawatt needed for basic industrialization. Basic industrialization would need like 30,000 megawatts. But we are doing below 5,000 megawatts, and it's not even constant. The light in our area where I live now has been terrible. That's been terrible. Currently, there's no light. I've been running on generator, and I can send you location if you want location. This is the truth. I have burned not less than 60,000 naira in the last couple of weeks. Not less than 60K. Just do your calculation. An average of 6K per day. Just do your calculation. And this fuel, that 6K is just going to buy me just few liters. Maximum of 7 liters. That's what it's going to buy me. And that 7 liters is not even enough to run a 5-hour program. So just do a calculation. So, and you can just imagine what that will mean for businesses. What would it mean for businesses? I can go on and on. But currently, even below 5,000 megawatts, the grid is still collapsing. So you can imagine what will happen if this can jump from that 5,000 megawatts to about 30,000 megawatts. what that would do for industries, for economic, revamp. It will revamp the economy overnight. That is why I respect someone like Shore, who says that, well, instead of him being the Minister of Petroleum, you'll be the Minister of Power, because power is the basics, is the power line, it is the lifeline of the country. But when you have a epileptic power supply, then you know there's a big problem. It's a big problem that we are running away from. Very, very important. All right. So that is about power. And of course, at 1 to 1.5 million naira per megawatt for natural gas or solar plants, 210 trillion naira could add 99,000 to 149,000 megawatt, transforming Nigeria into a power surplus nation capable of exporting electricity to West African countries. All right. So these monies, if used properly, will have helped us in terms of infrastructure, and we have just taken a look at just two. All right, in terms of road infrastructure and power infrastructure, if this money will have been used judiciously. But that is the big if. So that's supposed to tell Nigerians. All right, this is an educational work. That is, we are educating the Nigerian people what this money will have gone for, and this money is still very much hanging in the air. Some would say it is missing, some would say it is wasted, some would say it has been looted. So let's pass the mic back to Seun Ayilara while we wait for general public, because we have put this link to the general public. Nobody would dare accuse us of being radical here, or perhaps having an echo chamber, and we are going to take it lightly, because the link to join us in the studio is in the public. And of course, we have said it very well that this is not an echo chamber. It is for the public to make use of. This is the people's media. And some individuals have made all of the sacrifices to create this media outfit for the people to make use of. It will not be a matter of we cannot even call into Arise Television, we cannot even call into Channels TV. They just have to do whatever they have to do, and they are dishing out nonsense to us. Whatever it is that they are showing us is what we are going to take. Now you have your own. You can even recommend the topic that we are going to use for our next broadcast. That is how open that we are. All right. So you cannot accuse us of not being open. We have given out the links. Use that link to either join us in the studio here, and you don't even have to reveal your face. There's an option that you can use it basically off the camera. When you off the camera, nobody sees your face. It's only your voice that they'll be hearing. And of course, if you're not going to use that, how about comments? Drop your comments. And of course, I would like to read the comment that I saw on X, even though the plan that we have currently for this platform did not really allow us to be able to read comments from X, but we can read the comments from YouTube. YouTube, one of the comments from YouTube is from the African Wahala. It says they called this vernacular, right? No one is beyond criticism or beneath praise. Yes, no one is beyond criticism. And of course, that is what is true. Nobody should be beyond criticism in Nigeria. All right. If we are criticizing somebody, that criticism should really not be a matter of okay, that comment was a live comment, so I cannot see it again. But well, please do not be discouraged. All right. I wish I can see that comment. So we have 109 people. 109 people tuned into this broadcast as we speak right now on X, and we have also people tuning in on YouTube. Let's have this conversation, Kawi. We have been looking at what would have been, what this 210 trillion will have done for us in Nigeria. I think I'm having an audio issue. My audio don't fuck up. Okay. I think I have a spare microphone here. Sorry. So I think my audio is back now. my audio is back now. So we have been looking at what these missing or looted or wasted resources, in the sum of 210 trillion naira, what it will have done for us, all right, as a people and as Nigerian government, what it will have done. That is what we are looking at. And we have figured it out that, well, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of even debt servicing, it will have helped us to service our debts and reduce the debt burden, and will have helped us in terms of infrastructure, road and power. So please, for that details to that, I have already explained that there are still other areas that this money will have helped Nigeria, but it is still missing, wasted or looted. Let's pass the mic back to Seun Ilara while we await Nigerians to really join us in this conversation, or perhaps drop their comments in the comment section. In the YouTube, your comments will be very, very visible in the studio. And that is what we have to use for now. So please proceed, Seun Ilara.
Yeah, let me make comments to what you have said, that if people say that we are too radical for their likings, the question I would love to ask them is, why aren't you radical? Because if somebody profits from your own destruction and then you sit there allowing the destruction to continue unchallenged, and then the person who is destroying you, because the implication of this 210 trillion naira is not what it could do, it is what it done. What it has done is that they are taking lives. People, every other day, Eke Market Day, people come on here to solicit support for chemotherapy, cancer treatment. That's what this trillion naira could have done. Every Eke Market Day, one family or friend or close associates come on open air seeking general public for funding for a sector that could have been powered by the government. This is what the money could have been done. Just the other day, we were talking about the stillbirth rates, the risk involved in going into maternity now, that to give birth has become almost suicidal. It's as if you are sending yourself to a suicide mission. And you were able to play some of the costs of being able to be admitted for treatment just to give birth in this country. And it is way beyond the minimum wage, way beyond an average minimum wager. What is that telling us? That is telling us that suicide. So I have issue with people who are not radical. It's two things. It's either you are part of it, I understand it if you are part of the system, if you earn from it, if your relative pays the bill from it. I understand you, at least you are getting something. But I do not understand you if you are at the bottom of this point and you are still not angry. Because your lack of anger has been weaponized against you. And it's a lie. You are angry. Check how we make money. It's a lie. Nigerians are angry people. They are radical people. Check how much they are willing to inflate to put as profit on products imported from China. That is anger. Check how they treat patients rushed into the hospital without the fund. Do they treat them and expect them to pay after? That they would not mind subjecting them to death. That's anger. This is, you are already angry. The only point where they have told you is that you should not be angry to the people, to the orchestrators of our calamities. That's the only thing. Do you check how Nigerians treat, how they act on jungle justice, how they treat common criminals? That's anger. Stop deceiving yourself. The way you are treating money and the way you sabotage people in your business is anger. You are radical. But the only point here is that when you sabotage that, you expect that nobody sees you. Your own anger is geared towards the people, making sure that the people do not have access to things. Can you guys recount some of the, even some of you that are outside this country, do you recount your experiences of how you japa from this experience? Even while you japa, you have to declare asylum. That is an angry person. Do you know, they did not tell you that asylum means something. You are already radical. You are radicalized. This system cannot but radicalize you. But you, this is the point. The point is, this is what the religion, pseudo moralist institutions have taught you. They taught you that you can pretend. We can pretend as though we are not angry. Says who? Your leader is angry with you. That's why he's sabotaging you. With every prayer point, he's sabotaging you. He knows that the Nigeria problem is not prayer, but he keeps giving you the drug, regardless whether it works or it doesn't work. If a neighbor of mine had a skin disease and we bought drugs, he went to buy drugs. It was when he got to another different state that they told him that the drugs that he had spent money on was fake. You want to tell me that those people who sold the drugs and the people who created it are not angry, are not radical? You want to tell me that what we are doing here is radical? You don't know what you are talking about. You just don't know what they are talking about. Their head is upside down, say. Their head is upside down. If they got the Jojo. You are radical. You not seeing your radicality shows that you are doing it on your people. You are like the oppressors too. You are not ready to take your radicality to your oppressors. And that's where you can confront. Prayer points now. Check the people point and tell me that's not radical. I was sharing the other day that somebody went to the mountain and the person in charge of the mountain, the prophet in charge of the mountain was saying, that God cut off his lifeline. You are telling me that I'm radical for demanding that 20 million children deserve school, for demanding that 25 million that are homeless people deserve a home, for demanding that for me to travel along Lagos-Ibadan Express, I deserve to feel secure in my own land, for demanding that I do not need to go and be kabashing and prayer point to travel on the roads because it's a death trap. This is not road, this is death trap. You are telling me radical? What must be wrong with all of you and that you believe now? And you have built. See, the proof of this is that you are believing your villain, the devils, the real devils. If you are not angry, I know where's your land against yourself. To disembark on everything that made you who you are as a human, and to cling to something that you have not known all your life is anger. Is an anger birthed out of self-hatred. That anger is more than suicide, it's equal to suicide. The people who force you out of such statement, such state, because it is the pretense to see that that action in itself is a good action. It's not a good action. Kò sẹ́ni tó hùn láti lọ ṣẹrú. It's anger. I will die speaking this way, and I would rather not live than to have a life where I will not be able to show my expression to the people who have orchestrated my destruction and the destruction of my people. That's not life. That's the life they have told you, they have sold to you, and say, go and be deceiving all your brothers and your sisters. Go and show them that anger. You think a banker is not radical? If he tells you the crime that he perpetuates in this country, how he helps the so-called polluters and politicians launder money, you would show me that that is not anger. You think being wicked is ojulasan? You are telling me you think T-Pain, motherfucker, is not angry? It's not a radical person. You think Obasanjo that went to level a whole community is not angry? It's not radical. At EndSARS, what did they do to us? The state is not angry. $210 trillion naira is missing in 6 years. None of them are tearing their clothes apart. Go and steal their 1 million naira now. A guy recently was jailed for a missing fund, misdirected fund that was sent from EcoBank to his account, and he refused to send it back. Did they pardon him? Or you think they could not have pardoned him? I say, it was not our error. It's not his error. It's on the moral. If he doesn't want to refund it, let him not refund it. Let him go scot-free. You have to pay jail time. You think that guy too is not angry? Oh no, because I know that all of you are angry with yourself. You are radical. The only place where they told you to be radical is when you see your neighbor. That's why you don't see it, for the sake of money. That's why you don't see your radicality and how radical you are. That this place is the verge of morality. The only thing that shows up in this place is pseudo morality. Your pastor is angry. That's why he created an educational institution with your money, and still ensure that you do not have a chance to go through that school. Even this is where his anger lies. He created a poison that he makes expensive, that even his own children cannot go to. That is the level of anger. People want to blackmail us here on the side of the solution as angry and radical people. No, you don't know what definition of anger is. You have been miseducated, misaligned, misinstructed. That's why you don't know. People use word. They think because they have a lexicon in their mouth, that's why they can use it. Anger is radicality. Is this situation? I think the people who stole 210 trillion naira do not know the implication of what they are stealing. I think they do not know that it is held for millions of Nigerians that they are stealing. I think those people do not know that lives are this is going to cost lives. They did it out of ignorance. Such person will now turn to me and the idiot that works for them, idiots for penury, will turn to me and say, I'm too radical. If your job, see, these idiots know that what they are doing, as their voices, Reuben Abati was a spokesperson for the former president for how many years? He knew the implication to speak on behalf of him. He collected the job regardless. Idiots now are speaking for this current idiot. They know the implication, they are still speaking for him regardless. You think that's not radicality? Swimming against the tides, swimming against their own consciousness, swimming against everything moral compass in them for just money. I'm not interested in pseudo morality and pseudo stuff. This idiot will leave the oppressor, slap them in office. Then they will get inside the bus and be asking, do you know who I am? No, go and ask your oppressor who you are now. You want to show your radicality, don't show it to the further oppressed. You see, but when you show it to the oppressors, their master, their B players, that's when they will tell you that you are radical. Because they know that they will want to be one Yawori. They never will show that. It's double jeopardy for me to suffer the consequence of an idiotic action and for me not to be able to look at the idiot face to face, ball to ball, and say to him that this is what you have done to me. And you guys say you are a human being, you are a man, you are raising children. I don't know what you are raising. I don't know. Well, of course, with Abrahamic religion, where it says that you should turn the right cheeks, you will turn the right cheeks. But I know you will not turn the right cheeks to everybody. You are not turning the right cheeks to your wife. You are not turning the right cheeks to your subordinate, the lower subordinate or colleagues. There you want to show your anger. The only place where you want to show morality, pseudo morality, is those who can deal and treat your motherfucker. So this concept of I'm not easily blackmailed to believing that let me not be radical. I am saying that something is destroying my life. It's forcing me to make a decision that compel me to leave my natural habitats. And to even think that I have to consider that for survival is already radicality alone. Not even making the decision. To think that I have ever thought about it and say, maybe I should leave this country before this country ends me. That alone is radical. Because a fish does not think of a survivor outside his habitation, his natural habitation. None of the group species of animals thinks of their survivor outside their natural habitat. It's violence. It's violence that is compelled on us as a people. And you see that violence as normal, as it's not a class thing. It's not a good thing. To travel abroad is not a class thing. To go and mumu yourself, it's not a class thing. Snow has become a thing for you. Oh God. Oh God. Miseducation of the Negro is real. The miseducation of the Negro is real. It's real. So the people are orchestrating our collective destruction that ensure that lives die on our roads on a daily basis. On a daily basis, are not angry with us. They are not radical. We don't look at them and say they are radical people. Peter Obi took funds because you were making a point to say that some person will argue and say, but the funds is not stolen now, it's just missing. Maybe it was even put in an account. They say they are storing it, they are storing the money for us. Because Peter Obi said he moved government money into his business money. People were applauding him for that. See, confronting this idiot is not the difficult task. Confronting this idiot. These idiots are inconsequential, really. We can deal with them. These idiots are no more. Confronting them is not. What is disturbing is the collective, the many people that remain in our class that should identify with ourselves, that we should consider our life important to us to begin to have real conversation about fixing it. That's the problem. Just like Malcolm X said, that the oppressed are not outnumbered. We are not outnumbered. We are only out-organized to deal with these idiots. And their masters, they pay homage too because they are paying loans. You need to understand the idea behind loan and the loan that they ensure that they take. The oppressors is easy to deal with them. Once the oppressed can begin to really pay attention to things that are important to them. But one idiot will go and follow people because they play football and they didn't win. And he say it's not radical. See where they are showing the radicality. They will play football match. Football match that has no contribution to human existence. None. The only reason escapism has a contribution to you and you feel like it's important is because your life is already miserable. That's radicality, that's violence to you already. That the only place where we have meaning as the oppressed must be in fantasy. If you understand that depth, that your only joy is in the bottle, your joy is in jealousy, your joy is in sex. The only time you have to have joy is not being yourself. It's going to do something else. And you say you are not, radical, that you are not already put in a state that is miserable. Because that state is a miserable state. So that idea, because I've been getting it, like
I think it is also radical to pretend that you are. It's radical for you to pretend that you are faint. You don't faint.
You are faint. You don't faint.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. 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 Radical to paint injury that does not exist. My mommy swallow shovel. And then the other guy too will say his own grandmother swallowed the machine for tilling the ground.
It's interesting.
This is a radical state. It's a radical state. Talking about radicality, because there is a radicality of this government and of the people in power against the oppressed, against those of us who are not in power, against the working class of this nation. Did you see how the so-called bankers were flaring windows after there was a burning building in Lagos, These are they were fleeing from the window. These are people on a normal day, if you have told that jump from the window, they will tell you that they are not radical. When push comes to shoves, they were fleeing window, including the one that was oversized, were fleeing window. That's radical. That's what this system can only do. Why you are not radical is probably because you still have some token falling from the largesse, from tip being picked from the ground of the largesse of your oppressors. And some of us know that it's not sustainable. You don't build a system by charity. It's not sustainable. It's not sustainable to go and be banking on help me. When are you going to survive that on? You beg as a child, you beg as an adult, you are begging as into your adulthood. Or those people, those elderly people that you see on the road that are now confirmed beggars, you think they plan out their life as beggars? We are seeing a result of system. And if you continue this way, your own case also will not be different. Of course, that is the radicality, because all of you know the essence of that engine there. That's why you have become radical to steal more than necessary now, because you know that tomorrow is not funny. So the more you steal, the more you want to steal. I know you want to pause me, but let me stop there. Let me say this and then I'll stop. That if at all we want to divert this into the money that is found into paying our debt, which I do not support, because paying the debt is funding our oppressors, our imperialist masters, because it's all encompassing. As an economist, and you have not read the book titled by one of our ancestors, Imperialism, the last Neo-colonialism, the last stage of imperialism, by Kwame Nkrumah. You are not an economist, though. You are FIDE. You are not an economist. You don't even know what economics is about. Everything that you have been taught is miseducation. If you are an economist and you have never read that book, they have never taught you about what the content of that book is or was. You are not an economist, though. You are deceiving yourself. You are something else, but not an economist. You don't know what economics is. That's why your analysis on African analysis is counterproductive. It's not helping. If you have read that book, you will know why I am saying that we cannot be funding the debt, because the debt was designed and orchestrated. Neo-colonialism, the last stage of imperialism, Kwame Nkrumah finished work with proofs. Pure scientific based documents. Companies, subsidiaries, and how they share income. And why is it that he has so much information? Because Kwame Nkrumah was the first president of Ghana from 1957, before he was taken out in the 60s. But one of the things that being in the presidency helped Kwame Nkrumah review is the books and the papers, which majority of these idiots are now hiding from us because they work for the imperialists themselves. They are not telling us the truth. But unlike these idiots, Kwame Nkrumah told us the truth. That's why I'm angry. And so when they tell you that America has oil reserve more than you that produce oil, and America is not in the OPEC nations, don't take it for it. When they tell you that there are countries that have more diamonds reserve than African nations that produce diamonds and have diamonds in their ground, you don't know what it is. But let me end it here. That let's even deceive ourselves, because I have to deceive myself to think that Nigerians should be paying debt and prioritize paying debt over prioritize building people. I would have to be deceiving myself. So let's deceive ourselves. So let's say that we want to pay debt with 210 trillion naira that is that have been embezzled. As of 2024, the first quarter of 2024, the total budget or the total loan that Nigeria national public debt that we have, both external and domestic, was tune of 121.6 trillion naira, which is about $91.46 billion as at the first quarter of 2024. So let's say this was the entire loan we were owing, in its entirety. But let's say that in between 2024 first quarter to 2026, which we have not even completed the first month or the first quarter of this 2026, let's say we have been accumulated almost the same amount, let's say 100 trillion naira, which is RNG government is going to happen. That is 221 trillion naira. The current money that we are talking about can afford to pay and offload our debt conveniently without owing anybody, any Ghanaian person. Make us stop there. Back to you, Civil Space.
Thank you very much indeed. And of course, after basically giving us a rundown of the radicality of a system that is basically against its people, many people will consider that to be true anyway. And of course, we are saying once again that please fact check us. If we are indeed saying anything that is actually not factual, please call our attention to it, and we'll be more than willing to basically set the record straight and even concede if need be. And of course, continuing with what 210 trillion naira will have done for Nigeria if properly utilized. Let's assume that these monies, were remitted into the federal account. All right, what would it have done for us? And we have taken a look at number one, the debt reduction. Of course, we have also taken a look at the infrastructural development in terms of power and road networks that, these monies will have been spent to provide all of these things. And the last one that we talked about was power generation, that we will have been able to start from 5,000 megawatts to over 30,000 megawatts conveniently, which will boost industrialization. So let's move on to the next what it will have done for us. The next bullet point, which is healthcare expansion. I think Shiwailara mentioned something along this line, that Nigeria has a severe shortage of facilities with only about 40,000 hospital beds for 242 million people. Let me take that again. We have about just 40,000 hospital beds based on data and statistics. And these 40,000 beds are meant for 242 million people. Building standard primary healthcare centers cost 50 to 100 million each, while mid-size 400 to 300 bed hospital range from 5 to 15 billion naira. Allocating 210 trillion could fund 2.1 to 4.1 million primary centers, or 14,000 to 42,000 larger hospitals, far exceeding needs. So a balanced approach might build 10,000 to 20,000 facilities while upgrading existing ones. So by and large, and what would be the impact of that? The impact of that is very simple. That universal access to healthcare could reduce maternal mortality by 50% and combat disease like malaria. Very, very important. We have so many disease. Of course, we have so many health challenges in Nigeria, and it is by and large as a result of the shortage or shortfall. All right. According to data, we have about 1 to over 4,000 people. One doctor to over 4,000 people in Nigeria. That is very, very serious. All right. You can imagine how much doctors can be employed to meet up this shortfall. You can imagine the level of infrastructure in terms of healthcare that should have been, happened as a result of using this particular fund appropriately. It's very, very important, because if you are talking about, if you throw around these figures, 210 trillion naira, and even recently, we have already, trivialized trillion. Billions has even been, we have already made useless of billion. As if we don't have, we have lost the sense of the scale of what billion is, of what trillion is. But now, it seems as though with all of these, figures jumping at us every day, it will not take a long time for us to trivialize trillion also. And of course, in terms of health sector, and of course, power, infrastructure, road networks, and debt servicing, this money, if well utilized, will have gone a very long way. Moving on to the next bullet point before we pass the mic back to Shiwailara or perhaps any other new speaker. Adegi, I believe it is network that dropped you. And of course, Swa has also breezed in very briefly, and he has also dropped. I believe it is quite because of the network. So yeah, thank you so much everybody for joining us. And we have over 120 plus people join this broadcast on X and of course on YouTube. Thank you so much. Do not forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and of course follow us on X. How about you just tuning into a very fantastic program like this, and you have not really subscribed or perhaps follow us, then you'll not be notified next time we hold programs like this, because we will have gone far before you get notified. So if you follow us, the network, the algorithm would notify you in time that we have started. So now moving on to education and human capital development. Education and human capital development. With 18 to 20 million children out of school, Nigeria faces a skill gap. Building a standard primary school, 6 to 12 classrooms, cost 50 to 240 million naira, while annual university tuition per student average 50,000 to 150,000 naira in public institutions. 210 trillion naira could construct 857,000 to 4.2 million schools, or fund free university education for all 242 million Nigerians for 5 to 15 years at 81,000 naira, 500 naira per student annually. What is this whole thing saying? That, for instance, we have 18 to 20 million children out of school. Basically, this fund, this particular money that is missing or looted, will have removed these out of school children from the street. And they will ask this question to a revolutionary like Sowore, that where is he going to see the money to fund free education? Where will he see the money? All right, of course, there you have it, over 210 trillion naira that is hanging in the air. If you can recover it, if it is well accounted for, and it gets remitted into the federal government account, then you will not have anything to talk about when it comes to out of school children. It will literally take these children out of street and give them the necessary education that is needed to boost economic activities. And talking about education, it is across board, both even technical education, because many people would argue, especially those that are in the construction industry, they would say that, well, we have so much shortfall of technical skills in terms of tilers, in terms of plumbers, in terms of welders, that even the ones that we have, they do not have the kind of skill that is up to par with recent construction needs. So if you are to employ massive lecturers or teachers in our technical schools, bring in, students, young ones, young people, teenagers, to actually enroll in these technical schools. And of course, you have to also upscale and manage the wage, situation, because the reason why people are not attracted to some of these technical jobs is because, by and large, Nigeria has not ensured that this occupation pays well or is rewarding enough for the kind of stress or perhaps effort that goes into this job. How do you explain it that a laborer or perhaps a bricklayer works for 10 hours and he gets 6,000 naira at the end of the day? How do you think, what would that say to a young person that also even love bricklaying? It is telling the young man that, if you also go and enroll in this kind of job, you are going to suffer. But if you have a well-regulated, or perhaps, you want to say something about that, Shewa Ilara? Please jump in if you want to say something about that.
No, you can continue, Corbett. You can continue. But you are giving a lot of talking points. A lot of talking points. A lot of talking points. Talking about health sector, I would also not want us to move quickly away from the health sector, because there are two ways to look at health sector. Number one, the health sector in terms of what is being produced. Infrastructurally, we are out of it, but when we are talking of medical doctors, for instance, or health practitioners within the sector, we are looking at the fact that competence level is gradually, not gradually, sporadically reducing in terms of competence level. We are seeing a lot of health errors being done by health practitioners here and there, becoming a normal thing. And we are also seeing the brain drain within that sector of the vast majority of even those who produce not being maintained or retained in Nigeria, because they would have to look for what they call greener pasture, right? So we are seeing a lot of people, migrating or jackpotting from the system, from that sector. And as such, what we have to deal with is that we have to deal with an high population like us, to deal with less hands to handle health services within our space. That the ratio of a health practitioner to patients is about a patient, about 2,000 patients, between 1,000 to 2,000 patients to one health practitioner to one doctor. And that is almost, that's radical. This system is radical. That's why they cannot trust themselves. See, when these guys are sick and they do not treat themselves in Nigeria, it's because they know, they are aware of the damage that has been done. You see, if they are not aware, they will be dying also from the loose guard, from the fact that they forgot. Maybe they forgot. They say, I forgot to go to that hospital. I did not know. I should have gone to somewhere else. No, but this guy don't forget, because they understand, they know the state of health in Nigeria. Because by them underfunding the health sector, it means that they are also increasing the death toll, the death rate in this country. That is the implication. They know the implication. So when these people behave in this certain way, they are aware of the consequences of their actions. And the consequences of their actions is that more Nigerians can die out of the fact that they do not have access to medical doctors. So we are talking of even providing the health practitioners, equipping more persons to graduate. And we have, see, let's even take it a bit far. Does this country have the capacity to, accommodate, to admit majority of the hands that want to practice health, that want to become an health practitioner? No. This country does not have the capacity to train all the numbers of people that wants to become health practitioner. And as such, even the few there, they would claim they have trained in a way that is also not as promising, because it's not promising when you disfund the institution. That is why it was an health sector practitioner that were singing, "Now our mommy be this, oh, we no get another one," that they turned into political tool. In case we have forgotten, they were health practitioners, or they are health practitioners, that they have also politicized, gone to politicize. Can you imagine? So it is all connected. So when you look at the health sector, apart from providing the infrastructures, apart from equipping the health centers, because which of us can go to health centers today? And the health center is supposed to be the closest hospital, public hospital, to the people within the street or the district in which they reside. But which of us can say that we are going to an health center, even for something as minute as malaria, or basic breakdown of, the defensive blood cells, boosting of immune system? Which of us can get treated in the health centers or at the health centers? None, because it's defunded. Not just that you will not see, you might not see people there, but you will not get any access to anything. There is nothing that qualifies these places as health center anymore. Nothing. So we are looking at not just the infrastructural deficits that we have, which this can even help to do so. Have you been to any of the federal state hospitals before in recent time? I went there sometime around last year. I never went there again. I only went there once. Never again. Never. That's not an hospital. I went to one of the biggest in the country, one of the biggest health center in the country. In fact, one of the used to be famous health center in the country. That's a death trap. Let me give you a clue. A recent movie, not that recent like that, used that place in the health, because they still have structures. Based on structures, because the building they have built for a long time, they still have it with a bit of image tweeted editing. It could look like something where life is happening. No, life is not happening there. It's dull death all around. So we are looking at a system that have underfunded sectors like this just to put money in few people's pockets. Few people's pockets. They will not provide service, but you will see the largesse of something that should be attached to service providers. That is what Comrade Godwin was talking about before earlier. That these people will come out and say they are doing brand promotion of 50 million and give an individual 50 million, 60 million. But when it comes to building infrastructure for them to deliver on the reason why they collect money from our pocket, you will suddenly hear all manners of excuse. Suddenly, they do not have the fund to do so. It's because they are not making money they are making money as a thief, as criminals. These guys are literally robbing us. You need to see the video yesterday on Obi Kubana and some of the analysis that comrades made. But particularly, go and check the analysis I made about Obi Kubana. These guys are thieves. This is not based on merit. So the health sector can be left in the state that it is now for just some few persons' gain. The educational sector is the same. I don't know if Civil Space still remember. There was a time during last year that you went to, it was not targeted to document that school. I think you were supposed to do the street revisionism that you were doing around that school. And you saw the state of that school and you captured it. Even animals are not kept in some places in such environments. How can you make such places of learning look disorganized, destabilized, disoriented, and say that learning should still happen? Which learning? I went to another formal school in this country, on paper, in quote. And then after I was done with what I wanted to do, I asked one of the students, where is the restroom? He said, that's the restroom, but sir, you cannot go there. I said, what is happening? We are the true people personalities now. We can associate with our people. We do not. He said, no, even me. you know when he said, even me, even I do not go there. That's when I realized that no, he has a point. Of course, it's easier because there are easier analysis that our people would do. It's easier to look at them and say the students are dirty, they have mismanaged the environment, and that's why they have messed up the restroom facilities. It's easier to make that manual claim that layman claim. They do this. Some people do it with mischievous intent, but some persons are just low-level thinkers. They just stop there. Wait, to power a restroom, you think you don't need electricity? How will you get water if you do not have electricity? No matter how clean you are, if you do not have water to flush your waste, I don't care how clean you think you are, that place will be dirty. So who supplies electricity? Students that have not even been given electricity for them to do study at night will be given electricity to power water. They have swallowed the money. The money for water and the money for generator and the money for light. They collect this money from the student. They have swallowed it. So you're asking that a group of 1,000 persons can keep a toilet clean without access to cold water. You see, that's a lame perspective. Just like you would ask Nigerians to keep environment clean without public dustbins, without government ensuring that there is public disposable bins. It's a lame excuse. And only those who are not redefined mentally make such excuses. Not us here. Make I stop there. I see Comrade Swartz. I see Dr. Swartz. Let me make I introduce him correctly. Dr. Swartz in the building. Good to see you, Doctor. Back to you.
Commercial, please, I beg. I know really, I do okay listening. I just want to listen. I beg. I do work like so. I did extremely tired. I never even feel rest. So I just want to just call. I know say if I listen now, I'll get energy to continue. I beg. Carry on.
All right,
Yeah.
While commercial takes a breather, let's proceed with what I've been saying in terms of what these funds can do for us. All right, as a people, and I was talking about education, and education is very, very key in national development. Education is key. And quick information: we now understand that China now takes the first position. I'm talking about recent breaking news. China is now the first all over the world. It used to be Harvard University. Now, Harvard is now third. Chinese University is now first and second. And this tells you how much investment has gone into education in the past few years in China. And in serious countries like that, they don't joke with education. They don't joke. And of course, they don't make education a matter of, commercial activity that people have to profit from. It is a right that everybody must have access to. Not a matter of whether or not you are rich or poor. All right. If you are qualified to actually go for university education, the system gives you the access to have a university education. And it's not a matter of whether your father is the richest. And of course, the qualitative education is not going to be dependent on whether or not your father is rich or your family is rich. It is purely based on merit. And of course, when I heard the news yesterday, I said, wow. On every front now, China is beating the capitalist world to their game. On every front, engineering, medicine, infrastructure, architecture, everything. It just name it, all right. And of course, it talks about how when you use resources to the appropriate quarters, and if you don't take nonsense with with corruption, because there's a reason why a public official would not just wake up, or perhaps an agency of the government will not come and be telling the committee, the National Assembly Committee, that, well, this is the report that they have to give. And the report is not impressive. And even the committee themselves, after making this revelation, they thought that, you know, this NNPC guy will go, and these NNPC people, they will go and, you know, do their homework and revert back to them. And of course, they will also revert back to us that, well, what we have initially said about the reports have been debunked, and here you have it. We now have a proper account that reflects, you know, the receivables and the expenses. Before, we could not trace all of these funds. We could not trace the figures. We could not trace the money. But now we can trace the money. This is now a proper account. They did not give us all of those feedback. They don't think it is necessary for us to be aware. And they were radical enough to keep this information from the general public. But when the general public utilize their radical right to bring about accountability and justice, they criminalize it. So this is shifting goalposts, yeah. But, well, we'll have to outline this as a matter of fact. And, of course, to make an announcement again that, well, please feel free to use the link. You can see Swaz use the link to come into the studio. Shinwa Ilara used the same link to come to the studio. Godwin Saints used the same link to come to the studio. Nothing is stopping you from using that same link to join us in the studio, and let's have this conversation, because we listen. We don't just talk. We listen to others when they also speak. And of course, it's the reason why we play so many sound bites that talks about this whole issue. Let's play just one sound bite. All right. After playing this sound bite, then we'll return back to all of the important stuff that this particular, fund that is said supposedly to be missing will have done for us. Let's take a listen to
let nobody deceive us. And there's no money to take care of the security of our country. Let nobody deceive us that there's no money to abolish poverty in our country. As we're gathered here, the Senate has been presented with a report by a firm of auditors that the sum of 210 trillion naira. You hear me? Yes, sir. 210 trillion naira has been criminally diverted by the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation Limited. That report must not be. That report must not be. We therefore demand the immediate recovery of the money, so that money is paid into the Federation account to take care of the immediate problems confronting our people. Comrades and friends, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Whereas the federal government claimed that subsidy has been removed, we are now being told again that trillions of naira have been gulped by fuel subsidy. Another point, just the last figure from them. We're not manufacturing figures, we're taking these figures from them. It has now been disclosed again that 17.1 trillion naira has been spent on fuel subsidy and maintenance of pipelines. All our people all over the country are aggrieved over the state of insecurity in our country. Worsening insecurity are out today to demonstrate our resolve to pressure the government to take care of our security and welfare. because it is stated in the bourgeois constitution of Nigeria that the welfare and security of the people shall be the primary purpose of government. Yes. So this is not a matter that requires foreign invasion of our country. We kicked against, in 1962, Nigerian youths fought against the Anglo-Nigerian Defense Pact. Since then, we have resisted any attempt by France and the United States of America to have military bases in Nigeria. This time around, we are telling the whole world that the government of Nigeria be pressurized to take care of our people. Nigeria has done it in other countries. Nigeria has gone to Liberia, Sierra Leone, and other places to restore law and order. Therefore, we have the human and natural resources to protect the life and property of every person living in Nigeria. We also want to show today that enough is enough. That enough is enough. As we move to 2026, we do not want to hear of cases of kidnapping, of banditry, of terrorism in our country. We are demanding today the immediate arrest and prosecution of the 400 terrorism financiers that were arrested by the Buhari administration in 2021. The federal government has refused to try them. We are demanding for their immediate arrest and prosecution. Second, you want to make the point that without addressing physical and social insecurity, you cannot solve the problem of physical insecurity. Do you understand me? Yes. Without creating jobs for the youth, without addressing poverty, you cannot abolish security in our country. Therefore, since the government has agreed and repeatedly maintained that with the removal of fuel subsidy and improvement in the production of crude oil in our country, the money that goes to the Federation account has increased phenomenally. As a matter of fact, whereas in May 2023, what the 3 tiers of government shared was 50 billion naira. Today, they are sharing not less than 2 trillion per month. Therefore, we are demanding for this end of the year immediate availability of palliatives for workers, for farmers, for traders, and other vulnerable people in our country. The government of Nigeria has enacted what is now called the National Social Investment Program Agency Act. Under that law, the government of Nigeria shall make available, or rather what they call cash transfer, to the vulnerable people in our country. The government shall implement the Empower project. The government shall make available a nutritious meal a day for all our children in primary schools. So when we are making this demand, we are simply asking the government to implement the laws of our country, welfare laws in the country.
By and large, many would say that, well, why what is wrong with this bunch of radical, and of course they even have an elder talking about this whole thing, all of the cases, all of the issues mentioned by Femi Falana, SAN, bless his soul, now and always. Is all of the agitation of the average people of the Nigerian people's agitation. That is what Femi Falana has been highlighting. And he has highlighted everything so powerfully and so beautifully. All right, in a very powerful way that, what is happening, what happened to all of the terrorism financiers in this country? All right, what happened to them? And of course, the federal government cannot make any excuse why, for the most part, majority of the Nigerian people are hungry. They are below the poverty line. Majority of the Nigerian people are below the poverty line. And there's no reason why we should be in that kind of situation. Femi Falana has basically proven beyond every reasonable doubt. And of course, these missing or unaccounted funds to the tune of 210 trillion naira tells it all why we should not be where we are. Because if this money were remitted and of course utilized, all right, if these monies were utilized by the establishment or by a serious government, it will have solved the problem of hunger, of education, of health, of power, of road, and other infrastructural issue that we have. And we have proved it here beyond every reasonable doubt. I have gone from data to data of how, for instance, in education, it will have taken out or from the streets over 18 million children roaming the streets in Nigeria. And of course, Sowore has said this in many of his interviews. Who is Omoyele Sowore? Omoyele Sowore is the presidential aspirant of the African Action Congress, a revolutionary party. And he has said beyond times without number that we don't have a revenue generation problem in Nigeria. There's money in this country, but the money are being stolen. The monies are being stolen. The funds are being stolen. We have a problem of, how we want to give accounts for all of the revenue that is being generated. That is the problem that we have in this country. And it's quite obvious, beyond every reasonable doubt, that this is the issue that we have in this country. We have no problem with generation of funds. We only have problem with how we want to manage it and utilize it for public good. Utilization of the money for the general public good. That is the problem that we seem to have. And of course, it is the reason why we are having this conversation, that why as the Senate committee not giving the general public, Nigerian people, a feedback? Why is it just, silence with this case? And of course, the Emefiele case also, that he was said and alleged to have embezzled up to 3 trillion naira. So far, so good. That case is still also shredded in secrecy. Imagine the number of hospitals that this money will have been used to build compared to the shortfall that we have currently. We will have had access or perhaps built thousands of hospitals. Thousands. We will have built hundreds of thousands of kilometers of roads. We will have beefed up our power supply from 5,000 megawatts that it is now to over 30,000 megawatts. Because let's face it, how much does it really take to do this? But let's even take a look at the resources that was said to have been used for power during the time of Obasanjo. 16 trillion naira. Unaccounted for. So Nigerians have moved on from the 16 trillion naira that was budgeted to be used for power during the time of Obasanjo. We have simply moved on. The question that this broadcast is asking us today, to all of the over 130 people watching us across all platforms is, are we also going to move on again? Are we going to move on from this one again? And 30 years from now, 20 years from now, 10 years from now, we are going to now be making reference to it, that there was a time that the Tinubu government or the APC government could not account for 210 trillion naira. And this is not even talking from the standpoint of being radical. It's talking from the standpoint of accountability. And if accountability is the watchword that we should basically, imbibe or perhaps adapt, what are we talking about? If that is what our mantra is, accountability, why are we not utilizing or perhaps staying true with this mantra? That is the question that this broadcast aims to, ask us as a people. It's not just, talking. We are looking at the impact that all of these subject and topics will have on our personal life. And of course, we have heard ordinary Nigerians, all right, come to this platform to express how they feel about this whole situation of missing, wasted, or looted 210 trillion naira. So, my dear audience, we still very much anticipate your feedback. And of course, we know that as time goes on, we'll be able to be free with one. Many of you are just tuning in. You are still very much shy, or perhaps you don't want people to see you, because let's face it, people are afraid. Even the fact that to have your comment under this kind of program and your friends see it, some would find it somewhat difficult because they don't want others to see their comments on a broadcast like this. They don't want it. They were like, waiting the comments. Why you said when they complain about the government? You said when they complain about the government. Waiting government go do. Waiting we go do. Nothing we can do now. You said don't they follow them, they complain. We understand the stigma. Because sometimes you just wonder why people are not commenting. Why are they not reposting? Why are they not sharing? Is not far from the truth. It's because people are genuinely afraid of stigmatization. Even some of us doing it, we experience stigmatization. Sometimes we will post the link for our broadcast, and they'll be like, you now go just they talk, nothing they go do. Your talk or your broadcast will not do anything about the situation. Those are the ridiculing expression that we get. All right. Some of our family members will ridicule us for taking a stand with the people, for being a people's media. So many people would take the stand that, well, that why are you disturbing yourself? The fate of this country is already sealed, according to many people. But many revolutionaries are of the opinion that the fate of this country is not sealed yet. There is still room for a united people to resist. There is still room for correction. There is still room for amendment. Do you disagree with this? Let us hear your comment. But the problem is many people are still very much afraid to comment, to express themselves about these realities. But the realities speaks for itself. All right? The reality speaks for itself. I think I was sent this particular article by one of our listeners, and of course, a very, very prominent listeners for that matter. All right. And it's a post by Kalu Aja. Kalu Aja is one of the known guys on this app on X. Since I was born, I have never seen Nigeria with constant power supply. Same for my kids. Hopefully, their kids will. From 1960 to 2024, Nigeria has earned roughly over $1 trillion from crude oil and gas exports. From 1960 to 2024, Nigeria has earned roughly over $1 trillion from crude oil and gas exports, and yet there is still no power supply. And there is a particular comment that says, a comment from Mayowa Iroju, the economic system remains the same. Government revenue remains isolated from the economic destinies of its citizens. Nigeria treats oil and gas proceeds, which is a capital opportunity, as revenue. Our rulers treat government revenues as spoils of war. This is quite, profound, quite profound. And I will share a personal, personal experience that I have with you. I am currently running on Gen. Currently, I am running on generator. All right. And of course, on a daily basis, on an average, I spend 6,000 naira on fuel on an average. And think about it. All right. Just think about that for a minute and factor it how much I am spending in a month on just power. Just power alone, because the government has refused. They believe it's a rocket science. It is rocket science. Let me open this thing. It is rocket science. They found it a rocket science to provide electricity in 2026. Constant electricity. And it breaks my heart really that whenever they restore power for the few hours they used to bring it in a day, perhaps just 1 hour or two, my 1-year-old toddler is now familiar with the popular slogan that is being shouted whenever they bring light, up NEPA. All right, you must have been hearing his voice on the background, but he is now familiar with that slogan. And of course, if I put up this gen now, he would say the same thing, up NEPA. All right, because if I off the gen now, the whole house will be in darkness pretty much. And he will also mimic the same thing. And it breaks my heart. It breaks my heart to the core that Nigeria has remained the same since I was born, and I'm in my mid-30s, and it has remained pretty much the same, or even far worse than it used to be. And you now begin to ask, where did all of this money go to? All of the resources that was generated, all of the revenue from oil and gas exports that we sold. Because let's face it, there is limits to how they can cover up all of these things. And this is based on available data. This is not even factoring this $1 trillion. $1 trillion is not factoring in all of the oil bunkering or perhaps oil theft going on in all the oil producing regions or spots in Nigeria. This is talking about the official figures. Official since 1960, and we still cannot boast of 5,000 megawatts of power for a country of over 200 million people. Isn't that cause for concern, dear viewers? Don't you think it is cause for concern that we are still in this situation? And that is the whole idea of this broadcast, really, because we have figured it out that the mainstream media, they are not highlighting this whole thing. They don't even want to drive home the point. They either play neutral or take side with a crooked opposition. They either play neutral or play into the game of another crooked opposition. The real opposition, like the AAC and the Shore revolutionaries, would not get the necessary, airtime that all of these other jokers that call themselves opposition gets. We call them jokers. If you don't call them jokers, or if you think they're not jokers, please let us know. Use our link, come into the studio, and prove to us that the current major opposition figures are not jokers. And you have to prove it to us using fact and data. All of this time that we have been doing this, our broadcast, we base all our analysis on data. This is not a beer parlor conversation. A beer parlor what constitutes a beer parlor conversation? When you are high and you just want to just say anything that comes out of your mouth without substantiating it with any data or any form of fact checking. This is not what we are talking about. And in actual fact, do you call a party opposition when in actual fact, whatever they say they want to do is the same thing that the incumbents are already doing? That is number one. In terms of policy, whatever they want to do is the same thing that the incumbents are already doing. The same rhetoric that is being pushed by the incumbents is what they are also pushing. And of course, the very same set of politicians that constitute the incumbent party is what also saturates the so-called major opposition. All of the situations and happenings that are happening that is painting or exposing the incompetence and the failure of the incumbents that they should use against the incumbents, the best that they could do is to write a Twitter post. A blogger opposition. Blogger. And what they could do is to pay influencers online to run agenda spaces for them. Agenda, live streaming, in terms of audio and video. That is the best this current so-called opposition is doing. Can we not rightly call them opposition? Do they really qualify to be called opposition? So these are our reservation as a news platform, Civic Space. Our reservation are what we have said here for us to conclude that. And you can't call this a beer parlor discussion because it is rooted on facts that can be verified. Facts that can be verified. So when we now talk about all of these things, and many Nigerians are basically rocking the boat, basically rolling with whatever it is that is being thrown at them, or perhaps they do not see the importance of platforms like Civic Space, where you can basically have a voice. You don't have to know the head of producer. You do, and of course, the same frequency cap that all these mainstream news media they have is what we have. You also find them on YouTube. You find Civic Space on YouTube. You find them. In fact, you not even find them streaming on X as we are streaming on X now. You only see them give posts and video, sound bite. Civic Space also do the same thing. You see them go to the street to interview people. Civic Space also interview people on the street. So we do virtually the same thing that they are doing in a way that would give you a voice, but they will not give you a voice. For you to be able to come into their studio, you have to be invited. You have to be sent a physical invitation or a virtual invitation. And you have to travel kilometers in some cases to be able to be in their studio. In many cases, they will tell you they will not accommodate virtual attendance. You have to drive down or enter motor. You go come from your house, enter about 4-3 motor. We have been there before. before you can come into their studio. But we are giving you a free pass. Use the link to come into the studio. Let's have a conversation. Let the whole world hear what you have to say. Do you now see the importance of civic space? Or do you still see it as a radical, echo chamber, beer parlor, talk heads, shenanigans, just talking and blabbing? All right. Do you still see this platform as a bunch of rabble-rousers? Or you are very, very much serious to use this platform for your favor? If you want to rant now and call out all of the politicians, the only place you can do it without censorship is platforms like Civic Space. You can grab the mic or perhaps use the link and vent unfiltered. But if you are to go to any of these new platforms, the conventional ones, you'll be told right from the get-go that there are some things that you're not allowed to say. There are some words that you are not allowed to use. That is not on Civic Space. You can use whatever language to express yourself, in as much that you can substantiate it with submission and facts and data why you are using such expression. All right. So these are the things, these are the difference, and this is why we will keep doing what we are doing. There are some spaces going on now, and I can bet you, because we have been there, you will enter the space, ask for the mic, and they will not pass you the mic, because there is a well curated speaker section. All right, and they cannot give room for anybody that will come and espouse or perhaps express themselves in ways that would negate or be detrimental to the agenda that is being pushed on the platform. But we don't do that here. So what have we been talking about? We've been talking about what the Nigerian government and its elites want to sweep under the carpet. And we don't want to have a situation whereby we'll have the $16 billion situation that after about 17, 15 years, over 18 years, we are still making reference to that $16 billion that the Obasanjo government basically used to purchase darkness for us in Nigeria. Darkness. You want me to prove it to you? I can take this laptop now and take you to where I own my gen. But many people will say, do I have to prove myself? Do I have to go that far? But it is truth. It is just plain truth. It is the plain truth. And I think the grid also, there was a shutdown of the grid not quite long. And it's like the second time is happening this year alone. It happened close to like 10 times. Absolute shutdown, absolute blackout. That even that 1 hour like what they give you out of 24 hours, you don't even get it. That 1 hour where you go enjoy power, you don't even have it out of 24 hours. And we have been having that similar situation time and time again. All right. And imagine what that is happening on tech bros. All right. And why do you now think that people are now Japa from Nigeria? Why do you think that is Japa? How do you think a tech bro will survive? All right. And now somebody that is into tech that will have to use laptop every single time. That the highest time that you have for your laptop battery, if you are using internet, if you are basically using internet, it's just like about 1 hour, 2 hours maximum. Now, only when they use internet that you have at least longer battery. But so far you are using internet, the battery drains faster in the speed of light. So how do you now imagine such ones? How do they want to gain leverage? And they have to do one or two, online, activities and operation, and without light. And solar is not even dependable. So they have to use majority of their earnings. Some of them are earning close to 300, 400K as a tech bro, young tech bro, because you are working remotely. or perhaps you are working for an organization, but you spend majority of the money to buy fuel. Okay, how about the banking sector? Why do you think they are stealing from us? It's because they will say that, yeah, they also have to survive. They are running on Gen 247. Whenever they have to run their ATMs 247. They have to, whenever they are operating in the bank, they have to run on generator, and diesel is not cheap. That's what they will tell you. How about telecommunications? They will tell you all their masts are also running on generator. An average mast will have about 2 or 1 diesel gen that is powering the tower for their users or their customers to have internet network. And sometimes this thing also breaks down. So, and they will tell you this is because there's no constant power, something that should have been provided, by the government. If there's 247 power and I'm being asked to pay 30,000 naira per month, I don't mind. I don't know if am I the only one, Comrade Chinua Ilara? If you were asked to pay, if there is constant power and you were asked to pay 30,000 naira for it, will you be more than willing, happy to pay it?
Happy to pay it. I will not be willing to pay. And I understand your question, but in a country where minimum pay is 70,000, no, I would not agree to pay it. As a matter of fact, you are already speaking to my current reality right now. My electrical budget for monthly for even the epileptic supply of electricity is around that amount. But I'm not happy paying it. I'm not, because it excludes. It's the exclusion of our people. In a country that we barely make a barely survival wage of 70,000, 75,000 naira monthly, and people are being demanded 30,000 naira off for paying their bills. No, that electrical bill. What's happening going on? No, is it the candy jam that we do not have, or what is happening? But we are not generating electricity, so some persons have to be making money off us. In fact, there's a report I've not read, but if the few stuff that I've read is anything to go by, is that these guys are declaring profit in spite of the fact that they are supplying epileptic supply electricity. I saw a report on Punch yesterday. I've not confirmed it anyway, but is that these guys are making money, are balling, in spite of the fact that they are not providing electricity. Just like Globe, for instance, will declare profit and they are not providing service. And what do you call any institutions that are declaring profit without providing the service? Is that not a scam? That's the definition of scam. That is the definition of scam outlets. You claim that you are making money, you are declaring profit, but you are not delivering on services. So I'm not, even though yes, majority of us would argue and say, oh, we just need the electricity. Yes, for instance, if electricity can, because that's not the only bill. Imagine that you are paying for electricity and you are still paying for gas, and your gas bill is almost the same with electricity. So imagine that I can pick one of the two, right? Let's say I'm paying for electricity and I do not need to recharge for gas, and I'm paying like maybe a bit more than a bit of half of the price of gas, just to, yes, that's saving stress now. Yes, that would make sense if I do not have to. But so the system in a way would make more money really when it functions, when it provides service, rather than when it does not provide service like it's doing. And they are not providing service because they are not designed to provide service. These guys are not interested in providing service, but they still want to make gain. So the gain they will make is from few of us they will collect it from, and they will justify not providing service for vast majority of our brothers and sisters on the basis that they cannot afford it. And some of us want to agree to that fact. No, that's not a reality that we should agree to. that electricity bill has become 30,000. That's equally the I do not live in a metropolitan environment, even though yes, we can say that the state I live is one of the most so-called in quotes first civilized states, right? But the area in which I live is not really developed. There is nothing here, and people are paying up to like 60,000, being charged for 60,000 naira for electricity bill. For epileptic electricity supply, epileptic, very epileptic. This system cannot even provide 24 hours electricity. There is no structure to do so. The transformer will blow. All the electrical wire, they will they do not have the capacity to provide electricity. Yeah, so yeah, in some ways, yes, if service is provided, and even if it will entails that we pay more for the service given, yes, but in some other ways, if you ask me to pay 30,000 naira under this system, I would not be happy of paying it, even though I'm almost paying the same, but I'm not happy of paying it because in a place where people make 70,000 naira month and government struggle, state government struggle to pay 70,000 naira monthly. Not all the states are paying 70,000 naira monthly. People have to incur the charge of electricity bill of 30,000. No. That would bet stealing. That would bet wickedness. You see the radicality. But these are the places that vast majority of people will not talk. They will now go to office and say they are hustling. They will call siphoning their oga money and call it hustling while they are doing the business. So when they send them on business errands, they use part of the resources to go and fix their own resources. In fact, they are siphoning businesses. They are taking businesses from their company to another company just so that they can make. And these people will now say they are not radical. The school owners, the health sector, almost all of them have their own PP, private practice. And people will say they are not radical. People who are paid salary to be and treat patients would leave their primary place of duty and go and resume to their PP in such a way that when they want to attend to any client, they must redirect you to their private practice. And people say they are not radical in this country and they are not violent. No. Yeah, but they will not call that violence because it's only for them, for their gain, for their own gain. People who went to lie under a falling tanker to be fetching fuel as though they are fetching water from the fountain. They say that those people are not radical. But it's not radical because it's for their personal gain, you see, for individual gain. Anytime it comes to us speaking to our collective gain, that's when the definition of radicality will now become obvious to them. Confused set of people, really. Yeah, make I leave am there. Or you want me to go ahead?
Yeah, you've said. Please, kindly mute your mic.
Kindly mute your mic.
It's in the echo.
It's in the air.
All right, yeah. So you've said
All right,
all that
yeah.
needs.
So said all that needs.
Your mic is still.
Your
Okay, let me see if I can mute it from here. Okay, yeah. So thank you so much. So you've said all that needs to be said, and of course, the reason why I'm saying this all 30,000 of a thing, and maybe perhaps many people will be willing because because already now, even despite not earning minimum wage, many Nigerians spend, as you have said, close to that region in terms of, because usually many parts of the world, then people now use electricity to cook. People no longer cook with gas any longer. So if you factor in how much people spend on gas and how much they are even paying for electricity now, is within that region, despite not earning that much. For instance, now if I were to calculate how much I'm spending for fuel now, it's not as though I'm earning much. But if compared to the fact that if that electricity is provided, all right, if I have 24 hours electricity, it is better for me to pay that. That is just the whole idea. But fine, it is still expensive, even at that, because looking at a country as blessed as Nigeria, even if we are having constant power, 30K, that is how much in dollars. It's still reasonably expensive. All right, because we are blessed with all of the resources that is needed to even renewable and non-renewable, sources of energy to produce electricity. But we have a bunch of wicked people that wants to be milking from this sector. They want to continually keep milking from it. And from the report that we're having now, they are saying over 17 trillion is being used to protect the oil business security, with over 8 trillion paid to Tompolo annually. Tompolo is just one person. And of course, other part of that 18 trillion, about 11 trillion, is paid to either state or non-state actors. This is an official report that is reported by the NNPC themselves. And even this is what they are saying: 18 trillion to secure and to protect the oil business in Nigeria. And this is part of the budget that they budget in this their recent budget. That is almost half of the length of the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway. Yet the cost is talking about highways. Burkina Faso, I think someone is saying because there's so many messages coming in at the same time. That Burkina Faso has gone in with the construction of over 332 kilometers, 8-lane dual carriageway, which will connect cities together. And all the they spent $357 million, but our own now $12 billion we spent. Allegedly. No, how can you say you spent $12 billion for a road that is like half of this road, and these people spend far less than you spend on a road stretch that is not as long as their own, right? And you now begin to wonder, and they will tell you that you have to factor in the topography. There's different geographic topography that they have to manipulate. You cannot compare a Sahel region with a savanna rainforest and mangrove and a tropical rainforest. The circumstances are different, obviously. And I know this because I have been attending some of their broadcasts or this is their typical response, and they will give you statistics to show that it is actually justifiable to budget that humongous amount of money. All right, and look at it now. Burkina Faso has gone all in with the construction of 332 kilometers, 8-lane dual carriageway, which will connect cities together. All the $335 million funds will come from the state. Not a single coin will be borrowed. Just like any other project, Burkina Faso has maintained Ibrahim Traore's policy of purchasing their own equipment and empowering the citizens, engineers in this project as well. It is 100% Burkinabe work. But look at our own construction. It is all saturated with foreigners. Foreigners. You carry the Lagos Calabar Expressway, carry and go give Shaguri, a foreigner. But they will tell you Shaguri was born in Nigeria. Recently they gave him a CGSFOR. We are with this their title. And I was surprised. I said Shaguri was born in Nigeria, and Shaguri is not alien to our system. There's nothing wrong in giving him such a prestigious award. And there's nothing wrong in awarding such prestigious award to him. He has that history of delivering, such a humongous project. Why not give it to him if he's qualified? But they will not tell you that what was the competitive bidding that he won before he could be given that. And competitive bidding, it's a very tedious process that highlights how it is competition. It highlights how much you want to spend, and of course they compare prices with prices, and federal government will have the prerogative to basically choose the best bidder that would basically give the best at the best price. They'll give the best service at the best price. But here you have it. When Nigerians would say a lot of things to defend, and they are spending far less. How can you compare 357 trillion, 300 and something trillion? Can you compare it with $12 billion? You can't compare. You can't compare. Go away. You can't compare 300 and something million dollars and $12 billion. You can't compare it. And this is for a far less road. All right? Half of the length of Lagos Calabar Coastal Highway. Yet the cost is reasonable, cheaper. So that you see that there is some mago going on here. Mago is going on. Many Nigerians would say that there's some mago going on. And of course, as a voice of the people, this is my own. I agree. It's logical. Somebody is saying, I hope we won't start importing road construction expatriates from Burkina Faso in a few years from now, when we will start asking, how did we get here? Of course, you have the Nigerian Society of Engineers, Society of Civil Engineers. What are they doing? What is the whole essence? Why do we have to now keep consulting? So all of the years that Julius Berger has been working in this Nigeria, they helped Nigerian government to build up Milan Bridge and many other construction projects. There are many Chinese companies that have also come also. All right. Is it not part of the arrangement, or should that not be part of the bargain? Now, wait, we are giving you this contract because we want you to transfer one of the reasons why we are giving you this contract, because you are also going to gain from it. Let's face it, it's not free. All right. You are going to transfer the knowledge of building stuff like this to our local engineers. It's as simple as that. Many foreign construction companies will be willing to take that offer. They'll be more than happy to take the offer. No problem. We are going to train your local engineers. Let's just, if you can give us the project, we'll be more than willing to transfer the knowledge. And of course, are they telling us that so far so good? They have not been transfer of knowledge, that we have to still allocate Lagos Calabar Expressway, Sokoto Highway, all of these highways to foreigners, maybe perhaps because it will give them the loophole to embezzle. That is what would be the logical conclusion of many Nigerians, because it's not really logical, let's face it. So that is what we are. It's about 4 hours, our standard time, that we have been able to accommodate or perhaps expatiate on these 210 trillion naira missing or embezzled funds. And we have been able to say what it would be able to do for us as a people in terms of debt relief, because we are owing a lot of money. And that money, if that money was in the account of federal government, it will have helped to reduce, if not totally pay off, the debt that is supposedly held by the Nigerian government. I've also talked about the infrastructure in terms of road. All right, the Nigerian situation now, as we did now, we need either rehabilitation or construction of roads to the tune of over 200,000 kilometers, and with just a modest, budget channeled to the proper, contractors, even indigenous contractors, you can get this road fixed and built within a shortest period of time from the money, from this wastage that is missing now. I will talk about what we can do to power sector. As it is now, we are in media 5,000 megawatts. We can push it up to 30,000 megawatts using these funds if properly used, which will help industrialization and economy. The economy will increase very well. And let's not kid ourselves. There's a reason why we are having this conversation. I'm not talking about ADC coalition or whatever thing that they are talking about. It's because we know that this is all distraction. This is the kind of conversation that we need to be having as Nigerian people. But it's about grabbing power, right? I think it's something that is really, really worrisome, that all we could talk about is grabbing power. And I think tomorrow we'll talk about the recent tyrannical activities of Professor Soludo in Anambra State. I think it's worthy that I will highlight it. He made a declaration today, I think yesterday, that he's going to close Onitsha market for a week just because private businesses decided to stay indoor for whatever reason. They decide not to operate on Monday. Let's even say it is an obedience to the sit-at-home order. All right. What about that? They have the right to stay at home if they want to stay. So is it now a crime to stay at home? And this validates what some analysts like Dele Farotimi is saying, that if you stay at home, they will not come and drag you out. They cannot have any power over you if you stay at home. They have power over you. All right. They can basically cut the water supply to you, or perhaps stop any form of food supplies for staying at home in protest. So there's no escape routes. There's no safe way of activism in Nigeria. There's no safe way. There's no safe way of activism in Nigeria. So now they are basically agitating that, in solidarity with Nnamdi Kanu. So not only we'll go into it tomorrow. Come prepared, and let me put it on suspense like that. These are what you look forward to tomorrow. We'll discuss it. Is it actually proper for him to do that? And of course, on what ground does he have the right to do that? And of course, if he has the right to do that, what does that mean for the people? It's very, very important. And of course, today, back to what we are saying, to all of the projections of what this money will have been used for, to achieve, to improve the life of the people, right? And I've also talked about the infrastructure, the road infrastructure, the power infrastructure. How about health? It will have helped a great deal in health because there's shortfall of beds, hospitals. There's so much shortfall. And this fund, if well used, will have basically solved the health problem. The infant mortality will have reduced. It will have provided so much, health care for the elderly ones and even the young ones. The rate of which people are dying, young people. In fact, this year alone, 2 very popular entertainers, one is a gospel musician, the other is a Yoruba actress, both female, young people just died like that. Now, me, where they drink pure water, what is the hope for me? What do you think is the hope for me? That rich people that are drinking bottled water, let's even forget about the fact that the water is the same thing. No, it's not the same thing. No. If you have money in Nigeria, there are some water you have, they are premium. Forget. Not be this, no. And some of these guys, they even have access to private hospitals. Private hospitals. So our private hospitals cannot still save them. Public hospital cannot save them. So, and people are expecting somebody like me to be playing safe to the system that has rigged everything against you. Even for you to be a rich person, you are still endangered in Nigeria. You made money, you made 300 million naira, and you say, well, let me invest in property, and you bought land in Lekki Palm City in Aja. And the federal government just wakes up and say, well, we are taking down all this building, we are demolishing all this estate. And all of a sudden, just like that, you lose your property and you have to start from scratch. People where you don't they brag for, people that have known you to be a landlord will now know you to be a tenant. Despite being rich, having 300 million naira, 200 million naira to buy a piece of property, you are still not safe. All right. The other time it was a major producer, TG Omori, kidney. Now recently there's this guy called Kagan, a tech reviewer. He's known all over. Go and make your research. The guy has said he's going to shut down, putting out content just because of health reason. He's got a dislocated disc, spinal disc. He's got 2 kidney failures and so many other health issues. And the guy has also been a shadow of himself. And this is somebody that is very rich, very, very rich. He buys latest phone. He buys latest gadgets to review. That is his content. So what is the hope? Where is the hope in Nigeria? And this is something that will have been averted. There's no reason why we should be here. We should be having one of the best healthcare in Africa. That our citizens should not be worried. Healthcare that can give people the best fight at survival. You give you the best fighting chance at survival. But you don't have that. You don't have such in Nigeria. I've lost 2 family members in the span of 3 years to the bad health sector in Nigeria without giving them a fighting chance and with spending so much money. So what are we talking about? We are talking about what this 210 trillion would have been used to, if properly utilized or if it were not missing. Talking about health sector, talking about debt servicing, infrastructure, and you can go on and on and on. But well, this is how long we can go today. This is how long we can take today. This broadcast is recorded both on YouTube and of course on X. So please can replay it. If you are coming across our platform, replay it, and of course, let's get your feedback in the comment section. Let's have your feedback. We'll be more than willing to respond or perhaps send you a shout out. We'll meet again tomorrow, same time. It's about over 4 hours that we have been having this conversation. Very, very important that we have such discussion. And do not forget, civic space is very, very important in times like this because majority, if not all, the media platforms in Nigeria are sold out as sellouts. They are basically dishing out propaganda consciously or subconsciously to the Nigerian people. And of course, civic space is the media we can proudly say belongs to the people, And this is all thanks to the sponsors of civic space, those that are sponsoring us in every way, following us, retweeting, sharing, making all sort of support for us. Let's not kid ourselves. Without this support, we will have crumbled. This laptop that I'm using to stream was provided by our sponsor. It was provided. I cannot afford it. I'm a staunch poor man. This microphone is not free. I was not the one that bought it. Everything that we are using, this wireless microphone, everything. So big thanks to all our sponsors. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much indeed. And we will keep doing our best to put out content like this, even short versions. We'll extract highlights of this live stream and we'll post for people that don't have so much time or luxury of data to play back all of this. The reason why we're having live stream is very simple. Not because we necessarily want to record the live stream, but because we know that some people are online and activities are going on online, and we have to keep up with it. And while people are paying attention to, propaganda, activities or propaganda broadcasts, it is necessary for us to also be available to provide, a different, alternative and a good content for people to actually consume. So the whole recording is just like just for the records, but majorly it's to stream live, and we will scale. We are going to scale. It's a matter of time, and you can hear my child speak or perhaps interrupt. Many times my laptops almost trips because of their activities. As time goes on, we'll scale and we'll be able to even do this at a longer period. People are live streaming 12, 13, 14 hours, especially on places like TikTok. All right. Twitch is a major live streaming. You do know how many hours Speed, the YouTube guy that came to Nigeria not quite long, that has 50 million views. He has been live streaming for the past 2-3 years. And he doesn't spend not less than 10, 12, 14 hours live streaming. The only time he's offline is when he wants to sleep. And the same thing goes to many live streamers or streamers in Nigeria. So we want to also stream, and as time goes on, it will even go beyond just an indoor situation. It will be mobile. It will be on the go kind of situation to highlight the reality of the Nigerian situation. So it's a matter of time. We are going to scale. We're going to scale. It's a matter of time. So yeah, thank you so much for joining today's broadcast. It is 11:30 p.m. from my side of things. So it's pretty much late. I'm basically constituting major inconvenience for my family right now because they want to sleep. So we'll meet tomorrow once again. And we usually meet 6 p.m. every day. If you have not followed us or perhaps subscribe now. And of course, so that you'll be notified. And of course, if you like and share our post, even though you don't follow us, you also be notified, because this is how the algorithm works. So we have over, how many of us? 157 of us joined this live stream across YouTube and, on X. So thank you so much. We'll meet tomorrow again. Same time, same channel, for a very, engaging, robust conversation. And of course, we are still very much open for any form of disagreement. This is not a monologue or perhaps an echo chamber. It is meant for everybody to join us and be a part of it. Thank you so very much, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow again for another edition. And most likely tomorrow we'll be talking about Soludo, the tyranny of Anambra State. Soludo, the tyranny, or the tyrants. I think that is the right grammatical way to put it. Soludo, the Anambra tyrant. That is what I was, because based on what we are looking at, it seems as though is giving that vibe, that tyrant vibe. And of course, this is what the Anambra people has brought on themselves. Over 400,000 Anambra people brought Soludo on themselves. So, well, let's talk about it tomorrow. Or perhaps if there's another topic that is quite trendy, or perhaps we can use to educate one another, we also use it. We have that prerogative, or perhaps that reservation. Thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow to continue the conversation. Bye-bye. Even if we stream for 10, 14 hours, we will still have to come to an end now. So please bear with us as we take this necessary recess. Then we'll meet tomorrow again.